Is it time? Let's get started. Sup, nerds? Happy Sunday. A lot to talk about today. Actually, pretty excited for some of the stuff we're chatting about today. It's going to be a fun one. How are y'all doing? I should probably remove the bag from my tea now that I think about how long it's been. Yeah, I'm going to do that quick. What is JSSugar? That's a fantastic question. It's going to have some painful answers because it's a controversial one. Should be fun. Hey, one second, dump my tea bag. I love that my trash can in here is literally just like a pile of tea bags. Terminal wars. Actually, something I've been thinking about is talking about the state of terminals. I've had a video for a while. I originally had it scheduled for 1. I changed it to 1:30 pretty early last night. Let me thank all the people that have been subscribing since we got started. Emily hitting that 20 stream streak. Always good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, Emily. And the tier 3, 6 months in. Goddamn. Really appreciate the support. Got Mert here, almost, or over the 2-year mark. Goddamn. Thank you so much for the 2 years of support. Julius, also over 2 years now. Legend. Binary Tales, 3 months in. Appreciate that. And then Kevin, the 22 months of tier 3. Goddamn. Appreciate the support so much, y'all. I didn't realize my voice was this gone. I was at a Y Combinator party thing yesterday that definitely did some damage to my voice. We'll make the most of it. Thank you for the bits, Binary. Really appreciate that too. The state of subbing on iOS is a bit of a mess. I have too much inside info to give a simple why answer because I just can't think about all the details. I can't help but think about all the details. Also, some random fun camera gear showing up today, as well as a replacement for a light in my bathroom. Nothing super important, just keeping an eye on the delivery so I can make sure I actually get it. More soothing than my normal stream voice? Yeah, the Chainsmoker voice has a certain calmness to it. As per usual, when planning what we were going to talk about, a bunch of new things happened. So since I started preparing for this stream, we had the JSSugar stuff, which is going to be a huge drama. We have me shipping a new product or two last night. We have the React Native controlled inputs drama. And I guess this is like slightly older, but Tailwind Motion was a thing that I saw that I really want to chat about. Should be fun. First topic, what, Serverless Servers? Don't worry, we have a lot of fun things to talk about today. Personally, not the biggest fan of the Tamagui guy. And yeah, I probably won't cover one stack. I just don't care. It's not doing enough that's different for me. So much drama. Yeah, I will say JS has been less dramatic recently, but I have a bad feeling that's going to swap soon. Like, real aggressively. I gotta make a quick group chat. Cool. I have an inside source on the JSSugar thing that I wanted to make sure I get the best info I can from. Anyways, Gabriel, Ben, either of you here right now? I just made a group chat with you two and my inside source, and I need y'all to let me know in chat when source gets back to us, if they do. And a quick answering of some questions I actually want to answer. There are not 800 people watching on Twitter. Twitter has a really fun thing where if a number for live concurrence never goes down, it's not a real live concurrence number. And on Twitter, it just shows everyone who ever came in and watched for any amount of time. But now if they fix it, everyone's going to think their metrics plummeted. So they put themselves in a really rough spot with that. And for the long form tutorial again, I just started planning one. I'll give you guys the spoiler. I think I'm going to do a Google Drive clone. Oh shit, Gabriel, there you are. I don't know if you saw, Gabriel. I made a group chat with an inside source for the JSSugar stuff. And if you can notify me if they respond with notes, that would be huge. They have not changed it. They're leaving it like that. Yeah, it says 1K on Twitter, and that's not how many views I have. Yeah. Yeah, like if we look on YouTube, it's a similar number of views that have stopped in, but nobody uses that number. We use this number. They absolutely should change it, but we know how things go there right now. It does claim to be live viewers. It's funny, there were people on the team who were insisting it was live viewers until I convinced them it literally could not be. They went and checked and realized I was right. Oh, did G-Sporto add a dark light mode toggle? Fuck yeah. This little YT chat thing has become such a lifesaver. This is not what we're talking about. You guys want to know, I'll show you. It's a proposal that's about to be discussed in a TC39 meeting that specifies what parts of the language would not be supported by JS engines by calling certain features JSSugar, with the expectation that those would be implemented by things like Babel and TypeScript instead of being core parts of the JavaScript runtime. It's a decision to take a set of features and make them not actually part of JavaScript. Malta had a tweet about it too that I want to find quick. I actually bookmarked a bunch of things I should add into my notes quick. But opening up anything on Twitter when I am live is a massive risk. So let's fix that by doing it myself. And grab that guy. Cool. Make sure anything else in here is grabbed. Oh, yeah. Boba Kang wrote a blog post about the Vercel adding server stuff. Okay, I think that's all the things I needed for this. Rad. Happy I did that crawl there. I just found a bunch of sources. I did see Lee's going to do a next on VPS tutorial. Very excited for that. JavaScript only mentioned once in the JSSugar presentation. Oh boy. This I'm excited about. That Boba managed to sneak an article out. Also love that he specifically did it knowing that I would be streaming today. So obviously that will be cited. Should be fun. Which shoe is the one doing this proposal? Oh, V8 at Google. Interesting. There are a lot of talented JS devs named Shu, so I got to triple check. Let me thank all the people that I missed while I was getting all of that ready. We got Dicey Nicey, fantastic username. Thanks for the 4 months. We got Abari7, 3 months in. We got Z-Man C in the 4 month. P Soda, fucking almost 28 months. Insane. I'm sorry you lost the watch streak. Yeah, it's a weird feature, but it's awesome you managed to hit so many in a row. And pumped you managed to get it here today. And we got Ben Dev with the 5 months of Prime. Thank you for that. I'm not familiar with Perdo. Jesus Christ, it's 6:55 in the morning in Australia and you're still here? Appreciate that, but goddamn. It's also far too hot in this room right now. It's like, I'm not going to translate to Celsius. Sorry, Euros. It is 83-ish in my studio, even though it's 73 out there. So I'm hoping my fan can do its job and air out this room. Hoping. But I'm melting. That's 28 Celsius for y'all, and 73. Yeah. God, yeah, I hate your number system. Like 22 to 28 does not properly communicate the misery difference there. It's like 73 is really nice, and 83 is miserable. I hate your stupid color system. Yeah, 22 is still a little too warm, but it's fine. Like, I can live in it. The Celsius tweets. Yeah, there was a banger one recently from the CEO of Terso saying that he had one of my spicy takes he wanted to defend. As a European, he defended the Celsius Fahrenheit take because he's now been in the US enough that he's seen the light, and Fahrenheit is a much better way to measure temperature that humans live in. It's not better for cooking. It's not better for science. It's better for life. I would be down to stop using pounds and ounces, honestly. You could convince me on this relatively easily, even. Thank you, Artem, for the 10 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Getting us started strong today. I love this new bug in the Twitch layout where it's not giving this enough space. It might be my Franker face extension, but it's still hilarious. I'm a bit of a miles defender. I don't care that much, but the argument of kilometers being like, you can convert from meters to kilometers so easily, I don't care. Like, how often are you actually doing that? There's actually a great video defending the imperial system and specifically defending miles, but it's not a big deal. I'm not as strong on that. Like, Fahrenheit is objectively better for measuring human temperature. But who's converting inches to feet to yards? Maybe inches to feet sometimes, but like in feet to yards, yeah, I almost never see people using yards. But like, this is the thing. Like no one does this. Nobody converts from meters to kilometers. It's just not a thing you do. Yeah, centimeters to meters, that's like fine and sounds great. Well, like I would be okay with like centimeters and meters for measuring things that are eyeballable and then miles for things that are distance. But I don't care as much about those ones. I could be convinced either way. But with temperature, I don't want to be thinking in like 1 degree differences that matter that much. Yeah, Canadian measurements, literally. I don't believe this. I just don't believe you. The thought of converting from kilometers to meters regularly is weird to me. Kind of want to roll straight in. Talk about consolidating servers. Shall we do it? Get all my sources up. They had servers just after we did. I need to set the marker for the offset for the camera. Give me 1 sec to do that, then we'll get started. Do 2755. There we are. Marker offset 2755. Making sure nothing is on fire. So far, so good. Also, the number of subs on Pick Thing is significantly higher and growing significantly faster than I expected. I have all the things we're yapping about in the title, and I keep showing them on the screen here, too. We got a whole fun list. Framework Pewter hasn't shipped yet, but theoretically by the end of this coming week. I have to build it, so that'll be fun. I'll mark you as probably safe. There's a button for it somewhere. So usually what that means is somebody else on your IP address got banned. Yeah, I know. I've built many a computer before. I've even built a few laptops here and there, which admittedly were not fun, but I'm excited for them to have made building a laptop kind of less shit. Not building on stream. Definitely not doing that. I think it's time. Shall we talk about serverless servers? We'll also be talking about some of the fun things I've been building too in a bit. But for now, serverless servers. I don't have an intro in mind yet. Oh, actually, yeah, I do. Okay. Turns out that servers are so good, Vercel added them to serverless. Okay, it's a little clickbaity, sure, but it is actually kind of a big deal. Before we get started, I want to disclose Vercel has no say whatsoever in any of my content anymore. As you might have seen before, we had a bit of a breakup, but that doesn't mean I can't be hyped about some of the things they're doing and also very skeptical of the other things. But today is going to be interesting because I'm honestly... This is one of those times where I'm actually quite excited, but I want to break down why. That said, I understand y'all are going to be a bit skeptical of me. So before we go in, I want to quickly have some people who aren't as positive about Vercel say their thoughts. And editor's note, this is the point where you would quickly cut in the clip that we got from AJ, as well as if we get a clip from Dax, that, and if we don't, I'll just read one of his tweets or something. Do I have more of them? Let me check the source I've open here. Just in case we don't get the one from Dax, I'll read it out. A lot of people will go for some easy joke about this, but it's actually quite good. Invocation memory isolation is a really killer feature, especially for async workloads, but you might not need it in a lot of cases. Trading that off for lower invocation count is a nice option. Cool. Actually, quick cut on that. Or put this in front before I start reading the tweet. Here are thoughts from Dax, certified #1 Vercel hater. Anyways. Now I'm real excited to tell you guys about this, but first, a quick word from the people who are actually sponsoring the episode. You know what? I think I'm going to retake this whole intro. Yeah, I'm retaking the whole thing. Fuck me. Let's do it. Turns out servers are pretty good. So good that Vercel decided to add them to serverless. Wait, what? Hear me out. I know I used to be sponsored by Vercel, but I'm not the only one saying this. There's a lot of people who are normally quite skeptical that have come out in defense of this really interesting new feature. Here's where you'll put in the clip from Adam, or the clip from AJ and the clip from Dax. So I'm not the only one saying this is good. And Vercel is not paying me to talk about any of this. We do have a sponsor today, though, so let's quickly hear from them. So again, I'm not the only one saying this. Actually, I think I need to get the sponsor spot slightly earlier in the video. Okay, yeah. Third time's the charm on this one. You can't tell I'm a little bit more dead than usual. Turns out servers are pretty good. They're so good that Vercel decided to add them to their serverless. Wait, what? Okay, hear me out. Today's episode is going to be a little bit different. This is the first major thing Vercel has shipped since they stopped sponsoring me, but thankfully, I'm not the only one talking about how cool it is. We're going to cover a lot of things, both from what this feature actually is, why it might benefit you, and all the awesome people who are saying, we're going to dive into a lot of fun things here, from serverless, its strengths and weaknesses, to the core of how Node works, to a bunch of Vercel haters that are actually saying this is dope. This episode is not sponsored by Vercel in any way, shape, or form. As y'all know, we broke up. They no longer pay me at all. That said, we do have a sponsor today, so let's hear from them really quick. Cool. Now, before we get back to me yapping, I think it's important to contextualize how awesome this is by hearing from some people who are a little more skeptical, to say the least. Here's where you'll cut in the Adam clip, or here's where you cut in the AJ clip, and if we don't get a clip from Dax, we'll use me reading his tweet here. Here's a fun one from Dax. Here's a fun one from #1 Vercel hater, Dax. A lot of people will go for some easy joke about this, but it's actually quite good. Invocation memory isolation is a really killer feature, especially for async workloads, but you might not need it in a lot of cases. Trading that off for lower invocation counts is a nice option. This invocation memory isolation bit is important. Make sure you remember that, because we got a lot to talk about here. So, let's dive in. Serverless servers. Efficient serverless Node.js with in-function concurrency. This is the actual feature here. In-function concurrency. In order to understand why this is cool, it's pretty important to understand how serverless works. I have a really awesome video called The Truth About Serverless that Should probably be out already. It's not, sadly, but keep an eye out for that. Should come out very, very soon. If you're struggling to keep up with this, make sure you watch that video when it drops because it'll give you a lot more context on how we got to serverless in the first place. And this is almost like a fun set of steps back, not like backwards as in it's getting worse, but back as in we are learning from things that work better in other environments and trying to bridge the gaps between all of them. And I am realizing already we're going to need Excalibur for this one, so I'm just going to open it now instead of later. Also, thank you for getting this far in the video without bullying me. Also, thank you for getting this far without bullying me for my voice. I was at a Y Combinator event yesterday and had a lot of talking to do. Ooh, proof of how much Dax hates Vercel. This files in bad decision. This is funny, but does not need to be included. Anyways. I promise you I do not talk about Vercel more. I'm annoyed by that comment, so we're going to go through recent videos to prove that that is not the case. So, no. Kind of, I guess, because like Vercel's a sponsor of it, but I barely talk about them in it. No. Yeah, a bit, but it was mostly about WordPress. That's just contextualizing it with an example relevant to us, which is Vercel. No. Kind of. I don't even think I talked about Vercel in that one, so no, I don't talk about Vercel that much. Okay, you're kidding. Fine. Sorry for the sidetrack. Anyways. Cut almost everything I just went down phase. Anyways. Building a compute layer that is highly optimized for interactive workloads, server rendering, and APIs. We're sharing a first look at the new version of Vercel functions with support for in-function concurrency that brings the best of servers to serverless functions. We've been testing this new version with customers, and we're seeing a 20 to 50% reduction in compute usage and respective cost reduction without latency impact. It's a serverless product optimized specifically for interactive workloads such as server rendering of web pages, APIs, and AI applications. Vercel functions continue to offer native node support with accelerated cold start performance based on V8 bytecode and instance pre-warming for production workloads. That's all the other fun things they want to brag about that they built. Some of them are pretty cool, not going to lie, but we're focused almost entirely on the in-function concurrency. History of serverless for interactive workloads. Thankful they established this history a little bit so you guys can hopefully keep up with the benefits. When AWS Lambda introduced functions as a service, it revolutionized batch workloads by mapping one function instance to one invocation. So what that means is previously, if I had a node server running in a VPS and 100 users were making requests, those 100 users would be hitting the same computer processing everything with just one instance of node. So you can almost think of it like if you run npm run start, it's running on your computer. Now 100 people are hitting that instance of Node.js from that npm start. With Lambda, you have an npm start per request effectively, where every user who's going to your website, if there isn't a Lambda already going that they can hit, which often there wouldn't be, then a new box was spun up, your code was moved to it, npm run start was run, the user would make their request, get whatever response they're supposed to get, and then the connection would be over. That server would sit around for half a second to 2 seconds, seeing if another request comes in. And if it does, it'll take that, solve it, send it out. But the important detail here is that there's never more than one request at a time on a given Lambda. This is awesome because it means if you do crazy CPU-bound stuff or you have something that's really fast for some users but really slow for others, Lambda allows you to, or Lambda and serverless effectively allow you to not worry about the amount of allocation and how slow or fast things are. This is a huge benefit because scale is no longer a thing you have to be as considerate of when you're building this way, both up and down, but it also comes at the cost of not getting those concurrency benefits. An important thing to think about is all the stuff that you can do while you're waiting for another request. If user A comes in and user A is requesting data that requires a trip to the database, while you're waiting for that trip to the database, user B can come in and do something before user A gets their response. With Lambda, user A and user B are hitting different computers, so you're paying for the time it takes for both separately. And that's the key thing here. More than anything, it's going to be cost. There are some other benefits we'll talk about, but with this model, but with a server, you're only billed on how much time the server is up for. With serverless, every single request has its own machine, so you're billed for the time being spent on every single one of those requests. This gets really bad if you have to wait for something for a while. Like, let's say you're doing an AI gen tool and it takes 20 seconds to respond. Now, when a user makes a request, this Lambda spins up, receives the request, goes to this third-party service, waits 20 seconds that you are paying for every second of, comes back, sends it to the user. With servers, when that request is going, you could be doing other things for other users, so that 20-second window isn't just being paid for one single user. Hopefully, you're starting to see why this might be cool. As Malta says here, this model struggles with interactive dynamic workloads, where single user requests are tied to one function instance, which sits idle when the compute is waiting for the backend to respond. These inefficiencies become even more apparent with AI models and other I/O-heavy applications that can take seconds to respond. With in-function concurrency, Vercel functions break away from Lambda's one-to-one mapping from invocation to compute, leading to substantial efficiency wins. And this is an important detail, I/O-heavy. In case you don't already know this about Node, it actually handles I/O really, really well. What is this link? I'm curious. Oh, this is a good quote. This might need to be snuck in earlier. Literally every reputable technical person from the Node.js core contributors to the PM from GCP Cloud Run, all the way down to Dax, agree that this is a good feature from Vercel. You'd think people would take the hint before piling on to the losing side of the argument. Love this. AJ's a legend. He actually, as I mentioned before, this doesn't need to go in the video, he sent me a clip for the video that we will be putting in that I'm really excited for. There's even more in the comments. Yeah, kudos to Vercel. This is one of the biggest blockers for many non-front-end use cases. Like Firebase functions and Cloud Run functions, Vercel enables per-instance concurrency for Node functions. Guess what? Customers see drastic cost reductions. Mild shock. You're wasting money if you use a runtime that only offers single concurrency. Node was built for high concurrency. See a case study we published in 2019 on the topic. This piece here, Node was built for high concurrency. This is a thing I want to emphasize. We're going to watch a special video that far too few people have seen. The original reveal of Node.js. And I know the audio is going to be garbage. The specific part here I want to talk about is concurrency. I'm going to have to watch this a little bit to make sure I'm at where I am thinking. Don't tell me my audio is not working today. God damn it. God damn it. It's been so good lately. It's been so good lately. Unplug and plug back in and hope for the best. And if not, we might not be able to do this, sadly. I might just grab my favorite clips from it and put them in like asynchronously. But TBD. No. RIP. Last thing I can try, switch audio devices. Nope. Okay, one last thing I can try if I hop over to the capture card. Cool, deactivated. Come on.
Just wait for the database to respond.
Never works that well. Cool. No, why did it deactivate again? What the fuck? Okay. Hopefully.
Multi-tab.
Yeah, it still works. Nice. Cool. We're good. That was unexpected. So. This talk is incredibly underrated, and I think it's important for the conversation we're about to have. This is the original reveal of Node.js, the first time Ryan Dahl shared it with the world. And there are some bold statements in here that I think are important for us to understand.
We're doing it wrong. Everything, the way that we're thinking about doing I/O really makes things difficult. So writing servers and writing any sort of application is difficult because of how we're doing I/O.
Bold statement. I/O is things that aren't just the logic that you wrote. Be it you're calling your database, you're reading a file, you're updating Redis, you're doing anything that exists outside of your logic, your code, and your direct language. Those I/O bounds often would cause programs to halt and wait and not be able to do other things. And Ryan Dahl's unique angle here might surprise some of y'all, because obviously we love to stereotype Node as being slow, but for some things it's actually really, really good. I'm also going to unfull screen so my cam doesn't cover things as aggressively.
So a lot of web applications have such line of code, like you query a database and then you return a result and then you use the result. And so the question is, what is your web framework doing while this line of code is running?
Really good question. What is your web framework doing while you are waiting for the result from this db.query call?
So in many cases, you're not doing anything at all. You're just sitting there while the database is waiting to respond. And that might be that the database is in San Francisco, or it might be...
The mic.
Thank you.
Cool. When I say that, part of why I made the channel is because the only other thing to watch on YouTube was poorly recorded tech talks from years ago. I hope this helps emphasize what I mean.
There's a lot of reasons. Okay. Well, the point is that you can't just wait for it to respond. There's a big difference between what happens inside your CPU, inside your memory, and what happens when you go to something outside of that. If you go to a disk, or if you go to a network, if you have to do a TCP connection to a different server, even if it's in your same hosting center, then you're talking about millions of clock cycles instead of hundreds of clock cycles or tens of clock cycles. So you can't do nothing. So obviously better software can do better than just wait for the database to respond. It can multitask. So you can have different threads of execution running. So the question is that the best that we can do? And I think you can look at two popular web servers and see how they're doing I/O and decide if what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. So here's a benchmark, which
is blurry.
Is possibly not visible to you. But it shows concurrency, like the number of concurrent clients on the web server on the horizontal axis. And on the vertical axis, it shows requests per second. And so this is Nginx and Apache. And what you see is that the Nginx is responding faster. Not so much faster, twice as fast, 3 times as fast, especially when you get to higher concurrency. Who cares? But the big difference is when...
Okay, cut all of the better software can do better bit, other than the like I/O thing right before. If you find this interesting, highly recommend checking out the whole thing. It'll be linked in the description, but this is the part that I think is really important to understand what Node does really well.
I/O. So Apache uses OS threads. There's other threading systems. You could have green threads or you could have coroutines. These can help the situation very much, but it's still machinery. It's still something that needs to be done. You have to do something to create the illusion that when you connect to the database, your program halts. You don't move on to the next line until it comes back. It's an illusion. Your program's not halting. It's doing all these other things, but it looks like it's halted. So I say that threaded
This is not quite the part I was thinking of.
As if to think about, it's not a very good abstraction for what's really happening on your computer.
This is the point to cut to, I'm almost certain.
So code like this.
Actually, great comment. The fact that this man is nervous gives me the biggest dose of imposter syndrome ever. To be fair, what he was doing here is terrifying. Like, absolutely terrifying. Like saying, hey, I think JavaScript might be one of the best languages for the server. Like, even now it's controversial. So not surprising, it's scary, but yes. And yeah, both JSConf and Ryan Dahl have evolved a lot since then. Because JSConf was still just like a front-end conversation.
Where you call a function and it connects to some server and returns something from that server as if no time has passed, and then you're going to use the result beyond that. This somehow either requires blocking the entire process, or you're going to have some sort of threading system. Maybe it's coroutines, but it's probably going to require multiple execution stacks. But you could have the code like this where you make the query to the database, and instead of waiting for the response inside that function, you give it a callback.
Important note here, promises weren't really a thing yet. So this is what we would do. We would pass callback functions. So you have your db.query call, which is very high resolution here. Select whatever, comma, function results. And it would call this results function after this is done. What's really awesome here is that you don't have to wait for the db.query to finish before you can start doing other things for other users. It is a huge change. Huge change when previously you would just wait until it was done and not do anything until it was over. Or you'd have to spit out to the operating system to do things like with threads in the OS. The event loop is a really cool concept, and bringing that to the server had a lot of power for a lot of these things.
In one form or another. When this happens, your execution can run right through that statement, make that request, and continue doing other things. When the request comes back, millions and millions of clock cycles later, you can execute the callback.
That is the important detail more than anything else here. Millions upon millions of clock cycles later, there's all of this time that the CPU is spending doing things over and over, or there's all this time the CPU is spending waiting for this data to come back where it's doing nothing. Millions of cycles where it could be computing other stuff. Money that you're spending on your server sitting there doing nothing. And that sucks.
No machinery involved in this. All you need is a pointer to that callback. So this is how we need to do I/O. If you want very fast, high concurrency servers, you have to design them like this. So, okay,
I think we've established this. And I know that a slide like this is I know a slide like this is controversial. 11 years ago, this is how I/O should be done. Saying this is how inputs and outputs should be handled all over the internet with an example in JavaScript when JS was not a server-side language yet was bold. But it turns out in many ways, he was very, very right. Oh, you have the talk slides in high quality. You are a legend. Thank you so much for that. FaZe, if you can, stitch these in when I'm talking about them. That'd be awesome, but this video needs to come up fast, so don't worry too much about it. Yeah. I almost want to remake this talk in the future. Just like take the original asset, upscale it, fix the audio, and swap the slides for the higher quality versions. That might actually be fun. Yeah, the important slide here. This one, absolutely sneak in when I zoom in if you can phase. It'll be pretty easy. You can put a little note under saying fixed in post, or phase fix this in post, or something for fun. But yeah. Code like this blocks. But code like this with a function result does not block. Very good. But the bold statement here, db.query select function results, use result. This is how I/O should be done. Bold, scary, true. Very, very exciting. Let me sneak this over to the Notion doc before I forget. Grab this guy as well. Cool. So now we need to talk a bit about what actually shipped here with Vercel's serverless servers. But first, we have to understand why this was necessary. Remember before when we said there were those millions of CPU cycles that were being thrown away because we were waiting for that request to come back? Well, if every request is on its own computer, those millions of cycles are being done with nothing, because when you have that callback there, reword on that. Those millions of wasted cycles are happening on Lambda the way they were before Node in the first place. Because when you're waiting for that stuff to come back, another user isn't having their stuff done. The Lambda isn't doing anything when it waits because other users are on other Lambdas. They're on other servers. Because of that, one of the biggest benefits of Node, which is the I/O and async model, is just not being used really when you use it with serverless. Node's built-in concurrency, which is really, really powerful, is being opted out of in favor of serverless being your concurrency layer. This is effectively like, where is your concurrency happening? And with Node, your concurrency is actually pretty easy to make happen on the server. With Lambda, that's your concurrency model. But that means you don't get the benefits from Node, and you're spending a lot more money and wasting a lot more cycles that Node could have optimized. Hopefully, you're starting to see why this might be really cool. The journey to in-function concurrency. In 2022, we released Next 13 with streaming for React server-side rendering. Vercel's serverless functions, previously a relatively thin wrapper around AWS Lambda, faced limitations as Lambda didn't support streaming. Big deal. It's cool that they do now, but at the time, the thought of supporting streaming in Lambda was just not something AWS really cared about. So the solution Vercel came up with, as I think they show here, maybe they don't show it directly. Kind of here, yeah. They had a service, the function invocation service, that was running on their own edge that would make the Lambda start up or find the right one. It would connect via a socket to send data back to this other instance, this other service, whatever it is. I think it was a Cloudflare worker at some point, might have been CloudFront, not sure which. But this would be an edge function of some form that invocates and triggers the Lambda, makes a connection to it, and then that connection sends data back to this additional layer that can then stream it to the users directly. Really, really powerful. But what this means is, instead of the traditional model with Lambda, where you have a, how do I even put it? This is different from the traditional Lambda model where you have effectively a routing table that says this URL points to this JavaScript, and then it will dump that JavaScript into a Lambda and execute it and send a response based on what URL you went to. Now they have their own layer that will interpret the URL, figure out where it's supposed to go, see if a Lambda is already running, make a connection to that Lambda, stream data back, maybe it hits a cache along the way, all those types of things. They built a layer to control how the Lambda is used rather than just using the Lambda. This is why they can do cool things like partial pre-rendering. Our idea was to have the function open up a secure TCP socket back to the original function invocation service and use that socket to stream back responses, even if the actual Lambda invocation doesn't support streaming. Another important detail with Lambda is they kind of had two models. One was an on-request invocation model, where the user requesting something is the thing that triggers the Lambda. The other is a manual invocation model, where you are programmatically spinning up a Lambda on a server based on something specifically. The other model is the manual invocation model, where you have your own backend or service that is manually triggering a Lambda via an API when it wants it. and that's what they moved to by putting a layer in front. But once they got this deployed, they had a realization. A bidirectional stream to all functions could enable much, much more. In particular, like giving them additional work. Ooh boy. Part 2, Rust-powered functions. Yes, Rust is actually involved here. With the idea in mind, we got a prototype to work, but there were a few things we needed to address first. Keeping the behavior consistent with the expectation of serverless environments was tough. To solve this, we shifted focus to the function runtime and began rewriting Vercel functions runtime in Rust. The rewrite itself unlocks several performance improvements and better debuggability of the system for users. You can essentially think of the runtime as the ultra-stable in-function hypervisor that orchestrates the workload even if a single function invocation gets in trouble. This is effectively their wrapper around V8 and everything else that can run in your Lambda to make sure the right code is running and nothing's gone wrong, and then you can spin it up as fast as possible and execute it reasonably well. Rust can take this 1W. But now where things get fun is when you pull it all together. Finally, we have all the building blocks in place to start shipping in-function concurrency to Vercel functions for real. The new architecture looks like this. You have the edge routing, which is figuring out where you're supposed to go. The function load balancer, which makes sure you're not overwhelming whatever is triggering these functions. The invocation service, which is the thing that figures out where the function invocation service, which figures out what code needs to run and where it can possibly run. And this service keeps track of what Lambdas are up that have the code that you need. And if there's already one up that has the code you need, even if it's already doing something else for another user, now it can send that request there. So any one instance of a Lambda function can now serve multiple requests. So if you have a Lambda that's currently blocked on I/O, it's doing a database request, it's doing some 20-second long fetch from some AI service, those types of things, it can serve other users' requests at the same time. As traffic reaches our data center, it's routed through a function load balancer to the function invocation service. This service manages connections ranging from a single function instance up to 100,000 instances per function. It ensures traffic is routed to a function invocation service likely to have in-flight invocations for the desired function instances. When an invocation request arrives, the service checks for available instances, and if one exists, it forwards the request to it. Efficiency gains. Actually, before we go there. Yeah. This is what's cool. This helps at basically any scale. If you have hundreds of thousands of functions running, or if you have one running, it takes less time for a user to start getting a response, and you're spending less money because you have less instances running. This also helps for things like database connection pooling, where I could saturate the old, or quick example of this, actually. You know what? This is where the diagramming starts. This is just one of the many examples of something fun that gets solved here. Let's say I have my database. We're going to do a real example and say that this database is on Heroku, because this is a real problem that I had when I first started using Vercel. So we have our database. In the old world, we would also have our server. The server in the database would form a connection. And this connection, let me redo that. The server and the client here, sorry. Why am I saying this all wrong? Cool. That's good. I like that arrow more. Cool. The server in the database would form a connection, and that connection would just stay. Once the server spins up, it connects to the database, and it keeps that connection. Now, if we have a whole bunch of users all making requests, user makes a request, user makes a request, maybe we finally get the response for that one, this user's request comes in, we finish the response for this one, then we finish the response for this one. Bit of a mess, but you get the idea. This one server is taking all of the requests that all the users are making and using this one single database connection to get the data for all of those. Let's say suddenly you have millions of users. Maybe you have to spin up a few more servers. So you have 3 servers spun up to handle the load balancing. And now we have the database connected to all 3 of these. These arrows should have been one way, not 2 ways. I'm too lazy to change it. You get the idea. The point I'm trying to make here is a set of users, if not all of your users, would connect to a single server, and that one server would have one database connection that it could serve many users, many requests with. Where things start to fall apart is when each user gets its own server. So if instead of each of these getting their own server, or if instead of each of these hitting the same server, I'm just going to clear out all these arrows because they're awful. We have much smaller servers. Kill those arrows. Okay, I'm going to make this first and then talk. Should make life a bit easier. Cool. There we go. So with serverless and Lambda, it looks more like this. Each request from each user gets its own server, and that server needs to make its own request and its own connection to the database when it makes that request. There's a couple issues here. First off, making these connections isn't free. These can take sometimes seconds to form, which can get really slow really quick. This is a huge part of why cold starts suck. It's not because the Lambda takes forever to spin up. It's because the connection to the database can sometimes be very slow to make. On top of that, a lot of databases, like the example I gave of Heroku, were very limited for how many connections they could manage at once. On Heroku, there was a limit of 10 on the free tier. Even though you could do a shitload of traffic through the database, you could only make 10 connections to it, which meant if you were using Vercel and Heroku back in the day, even just in dev mode, like when you load a page, if it makes 5 queries, all of those queries get rerun once. You just hit 11 requests on one page load, and those might all be spun up on different servers. You might have just hit your database concurrency limit just refreshing your page in dev mode, which is insane. It's awful. And the experience I had trying to get Heroku and things like it to work was terrible. If you ever heard the term serverless databases and thought, oh, that's stupid, what do they mean? This is what they mean. What they mean is that this pile of connections no longer matters because you can make the connections faster, and once the connection is made, you don't have to worry about how many of them there are. But now imagine each of these lambdas can serve the pile of requests coming to them in that moment, and if it has to... retake on that bit. Now imagine if your Lambda server that got spun up because of that request could also serve a few more of them. That you could have this short-lived server serve a few requests from a few users instead of just one from one user. Now you're starting to reuse these connections much more aggressively. That is huge. One of the many things that this changes is the absurd level of need for a heavy pooling system or third-party layer to manage all of your connections for your database. Really cool stuff. Let's go back to the article because they have a lot more interesting things to say. Efficiency gains. Our private beta customers have reported significant efficiency improvements, with some seeing up to a 50% reduction in compute usage. I saw one that was even higher in like the 80s, but I don't know how reproducible that is, so I don't want to cite it as like a definitive example. This means fewer gigabyte hours billed for the same workload with no code changes. Results will vary depending on your backend communication and traffic volume, as the efficiency... Results will vary depending on your backend communication and traffic volume, as the efficiency gains from concurrency apply best when a minimum number of requests is met. What they're saying here is y'all and your zero-user apps are not going to see a big benefit here. And I might self-own it a bit and show you guys how much and little we're seeing the benefits ourselves. But I also know some companies are seeing huge benefits because they got a lot of users. Here's how these gains are achieved. Remember, the traditional serverless model, Here's how these gains are achieved. Remember, in the traditional serverless model, each invocation is tied to a single function instance. So traditional model, we have one function invocation. It does some compute. It makes a request. It does nothing. And then when the request is responded to, it does some compute and then sends the response to the user. So think of this like a user goes to my page. I start generating the page. I realize, oh, I need to get some data from the database. We wait until we get the data back, and then we generate the rest of the result. Node would allow you to do other things during this idle window. But since the function only has one user's request in it, it can't. And if you had a second thing from a second user, they could both be idling at the same time. You could have two servers doing nothing at the same time and a third server doing a bunch of work, and there was no way to share all of that. Vercel's new system, however, allows a single instance to handle multiple invocations by utilizing idle time spent waiting on backend responses. This is the key I'm trying to drive home here. So now, when the compute gets done for the first request, and now it is idling, waiting for that API request to come in, function 2 can start doing its compute in the same Lambda, wait for its API response. While it's waiting for that API response, send function 1's response to the user, and do the same for function 2 when it's done. Within function concurrency, a single function instance can utilize already available compute for new function calls. For example, let's say a request takes 100 milliseconds, with 50 milliseconds spent on computation and 50 milliseconds waiting for a backend response. The old model, the two requests would require a total of 200 milliseconds of compute time. With the new model, those two requests could be handled by one invocation, reducing the actual compute time to around 100 milliseconds. Huge. Huge. I'm already seeing some people talking about other solutions. The two things that are worth talking about are Cloudflare, as well as the new low latency runtime that Bot Cooper brought up here. If you're not familiar, some employees at Amazon have been on the side working on a new runtime for JavaScript that allows the cold starts to be better on AWS. What it doesn't allow for is for multiple functions to be resolved in that instance at once. What Cloudflare does with workers is very important to understand. Cloudflare workers are isolating at a slightly different layer. So if we are looking here for how Lambda works, each of these boxes is its own computer that runs Node.js. And inside any one of these, even once you do this change, it's only running one npm start, and that single npm start is serving multiple requests from your users at the same time. So all three of these requests are hitting the same web server that your code spun up, and that web server is running on a single box. The way that this works on Cloudflare is a little bit different. Cloudflare workers don't bill on idle time. When you're waiting for a response from something, you don't get charged money for that on workers. But how can they do that? That's insanely expensive, right? Well, it's not that expensive when all of these servers aren't actually servers, when all of these are instances of a V8 isolate. And V8, which is the JavaScript runtime, is the big box on top. So you have a V8 server that is creating these isolated little layers inside of it for your code and for other customers' code. You have one server that's running code for a bunch of different people at the same time, and it's able to, when your code is waiting, resolve someone else's request in an isolate in the same V8 instance, because it's all leading into the power of the event loop. When one user's request is blocking because it's waiting for something, it's not blocking that computer's ability to do other stuff, so it can go do other stuff for other users, which allows Cloudflare to not charge you when that is going on. But that's because all the different users are resolving their requests at the same time on the same servers. It's possible that hundreds of different developers are serving thousands of different applications at the same time on the same server using the Cloudflare workerd V8 isolate model. But with this, each server is still yours when it is running. When your code is done and it's past that 2-second window or so before it idles, in that time, it's yours. And once the time is passed, it can go to someone else. But there's never one server running multiple people's code at the same time. So the low latency runtime by AWS won't benefit this at all, because when your compute isn't running, it still has to keep the server up waiting. It's also worth noting that Cloudflare runs their own service. They run their own infra, which is part of why they can do things like this, where Vercel is running on top of AWS, so they're kind of bound by that stuff. Also worth noting that because this all lives in V8, you don't get access to a lot of things you have in Node. Like you don't get access to file system. You can't read and write files in the file system when you're using Cloudflare, because you don't have access to those things, because theoretically, if a lot of people are using the box at the same time, there's no guarantee that you're not writing things that would screw with someone else's invocation. You also have to rely on V8 to be your memory isolation layer to make sure different processes don't screw with each other. Thankfully, V8's really good at this, but it's still not a guarantee. It also means you can't reuse things the same way, where you can't reuse a connection in the V8 isolate model. So this thing where you have 3 requests being resolved by the same thing at the same time isn't really possible, because you can't persist things between stuff like that. Like once the worker is done with its work, it goes off. Because I guess the question to ask is, where is the concurrency happening? With a traditional VPS, the concurrency happens entirely in Node. And if you need more concurrency, you have to build up a load balancer in multiple servers to manage that for you. With Lambda, the concurrency happens entirely through the different server instances. With the new Vercel concurrency model, the Lambdas can be a concurrency model on the outside, and you can have these additional concurrency layers inside of any one of these functions. With Cloudflare, the concurrency model is the individual processes spun up in V8. But the way to think about this is, how do these different models handle concurrency? And if you understand where the concurrency exists in all of these models, I think the rest makes a lot of sense from there. I will say about Cooper, we do know that LLRT can't do this because it's not based on an isolate system. It's based on a very, very rudimentary, but also admittedly very, very fast runtime. That's goal is to spin up as fast as possible, not to do a better job of isolations. It's just not what it was built for, so it's not going to do that. Also wanted to quickly thank Normer for joining the T3 Club on YouTube. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Anyways, now that you hopefully understand the difference in these different concurrency models, you can understand how bold but also true this statement is. Fulfilling the Node.js dream on serverless. Node.js was created to handle asynchronous I/O concurrently. While existing functions as a service products could take advantage of this in the context of a single invocation, they often don't have the opportunity to use all of the available CPU. So to be clear what this means, taking advantage of it in a single invocation, is if I have like 3 database requests, I can trigger all of them. I can do other work for that user while those 3 DB requests are coming in. And then once all are in, I can wrap up the work. But if I don't have any more compute to do for that user, I can't do it for another user on that box. So I'm just paying for idle clock time. But with in-function concurrency, Vercel functions take full advantage of Node's concurrency capabilities. As an example, whenever a function is stalled waiting for a backend to respond, it can handle a second request with the available CPU immediately. Respectively, the compute time is utilized rather than sitting idle, leading to substantial efficiency gains. Yeah. I want to quickly check my dashboard to see if I can do it without showing things I don't want to show, but also to see if we get any additional cool things. Settings. Our numbers look awful, so I'm not going to show them. You know what? I'll do it. I wanted to showcase these efficiency gains with actual applications I've deployed, but I can already see the 0 user comments. I don't care. I'll defend myself. Here is the results after I turned this on for Ping last night. You already know, Ping is our video call app we went through Y Combinator with. It's making it easier for people to do live content collaborations directly in OBS. We've been used by everybody from Linus Tech Tips to Ironmost to Elgato. It's a really cool product that we're super proud of. However, the amount of actual requests that users are making once they've connected to our WebRTC system and to our WebSocket system is relatively low. Because of that, even if we have a lot of users concurrently on the service, they're not making a lot of requests. So we've not actually seen any meaningful savings on this service in the 16-ish hours I've had it on for. I did turn it on slightly earlier for upload thing though. And also am seeing very little here. But of note is how few gigabyte hours we're actually consuming, because most of our APIs now aren't on Vercel anymore. We moved a lot of our APIs off, not because Vercel is terrible for it, but because we built a new ingest server. If we were still using Vercel for our APIs, this would be killer. But it's just a matter of how much compute is even being done on the platform. We also have the fun thing worth considering, which is that this upload thing deployment on Vercel is just our dashboard. And once users have things set up in upload thing, they don't check the dashboard a whole lot. But that's why we're not seeing much here. I have seen data from other services. In fact, I think they even show some in the blog post. Maybe not, but I know they did on Twitter. Let me find one of the examples they show. Malta, media. Too new or too old. I was so sure he had tweeted a screenshot, but we'll just use the one that's in the preview image, yeah. So in the example that Made on Verse used in the thumbnail here, they saved a ton, literally right around 50%, because their compute took forever. An individual request could take seconds, if not tens of seconds for a user, and in that time they could serve other requests. Ooh, somebody got me a tweet. Here's another fun example where this user who was doing 3,000 plus hours of compute was able to save significant amounts, as high as 35% just by hitting that one switch. Really, really cool. But it does require that you're consuming a lot of hours. The more hours you're consuming, the more this saves. And for those who complain a lot about Vercel's costs, I understand. But they could have just done this quietly and not told people and just taken this win for themselves. But they're not. They're forwarding the savings on to you as the user. They spent all of this time building this thing that AWS didn't even have the balls to build. And they're just handing you the savings. It's kind of cool. Talk all the crap you want. There's a lot of things I'll be talking crap about soon. By the way, keep in tune because the How to Not Go Broke on Vercel video coming very soon. And I'm quite excited for that one. But yeah, this is dope, whether or not you like Vercel. Is there a post community note on this one? Where? Oh, on this one. It's a piece of software that runs on a server, then it's not serverless. That is, okay. We did it, boys. We found the actual dumbest attempt at a community note of all time. The suggested note was written by someone who doesn't understand what the term serverless means. Yep. Hilarious. A+. Anyways. Hopefully this helps clarify why I'm not seeing much benefits, because the amount of compute we're doing on Vercel is relatively low. And as always, the best way to save money is to shrink the amount of compute you're using to be as low as possible. back to the article. Trade-offs for the current implementation. During the beta phase, we're limiting the maximum number of concurrent invocations dispatched to a single function instance. We'll slowly increase these limits over the duration of the beta period so that we can monitor trade-offs between efficiency and latency. While we've seen performance gains with all private beta customers, the mechanism may increase latency for purely CPU-bound workloads. So what this means is if the concurrency is running, but you're not spending much time on I/O, you're spending time doing things like, I don't know, generating a really, really complex page, which is a blocking task if it's running in JavaScript. If your JavaScript code itself is the thing that's taking a while, not the I/O that is blocking it, that time spent could block the next user's request. So if we go back up here, this compute is blocking. So if this function for this user started slightly earlier, it wouldn't be able to actually start doing work until function 1 stopped doing compute and started waiting for something that it was fetching over the network. So if you're spending more time generating the page than you are waiting for data from other places, this might actually hurt your performance. But again, it's where is the concurrency happening? If your code takes very little time to run, but you're waiting a long time on things externally, like the example of the 20-second waiting for an AI service, this is going to benefit you immensely. If your responses from your database are really, really fast already, like if you're using PlanetScale or Terso or things like that, where you don't benefit as much from the pooled connections, you don't have to wait that long time to make the connection, and you're getting responses in maybe 300 milliseconds or less at times, the benefit gets much smaller because you're spending an equal amount of time doing compute and waiting, and the likelihood another user's function can run in a way that's actually faster for them and cheaper for you is lower. But it really depends on how much of your time is spent calculating versus waiting. And if more of the time is spent waiting, you'll feel much more of the benefit. But if you've already optimized your services to spend very, very little time waiting, this won't benefit you as much. They also are working on detecting this. We expect our detection of unhelpful concurrency to substantially improve during the beta period, ensuring that it's only used in the right situations. This is my guess, is the reason we're not seeing the benefit is our need for concurrency is lower because our I/O time is much, much shorter overall, especially with how heavily we abuse caching. Finally, this mechanism inherently changes that a single node process handles multiple invocations concurrently. As mentioned above, this is really how Node is typically being run in production. Therefore, while this is technically a backwards incompatible change, as well as an opt-in change, we expect the vast majority of workloads to work under the new semantics. Important detail here. If you have something in your code like a memory leak, it's actually pretty fine to deal with memory leaks and lambdas as long as they're not aggressive, because it will stop running before the memory leak gets bad. And we even had memory leaks in some of our code that we didn't notice until we moved off of serverless because the server never ran long enough to hit the leak. But also if you're doing things like you think you have full memory isolation, so you're writing files to system, like if you're using Lambda and you temporarily write a file at the system that's like current user info, but now 3 requests are coming in, they're all rewriting the same file with the same name, it can break. But if you wrote your code in a way that is stateless, so to speak, which is how I usually recommend writing logical code for servers, let the state live somewhere else, like your database or Redis, and let the server do its work. If you're using that model, this is a thing you can just turn on for no risk. But if you're utilizing the fact that every request is its own machine, be it by letting memory leak and not caring, being by throwing and killing the whole server in different scenarios, be it writing files to things that are using fixed names, those types of things aren't viable when you're running one server with lots of requests. That all said, you're hopefully not doing that, and I can't imagine many are, but I'm very curious to see over time how many users actually run into bugs because of this. Because I would be surprised. I'm sure I'll be surprised by what I see in terms of things users are doing that cause them to run into problems here. One important detail that I think people are missing, especially when I look at things like that awful community note, is that this is still serverless. While the new architecture substantially increases the efficiency of Vercel functions, it changes absolutely nothing about their serverless nature. Vercel functions continue to do the following. They scale automatically, they never go into maintenance mode, all maintenance is handled automatically with no impact on users or availability, and they transparently ship security updates for operating system and runtime stuff without any downtime or work for you. Because again, it is true serverless, so at any point, requests, when they're resolved, the server can die and the next request can go to a new server. You can have a bunch of servers running the old thing with 10 seconds left and start spinning up the new server for new users going forward. You can swap between all these things, one-click rollbacks, because in the end, all that's changing is which code is being executed by the Lambda. And this is why things like preview deployments can be free, because each preview deployment doesn't need a server running for it. You have to wait for it to spin up. I can go to a pull request from a year and a half ago on an old project and click the preview deploy link, and it will still work because Vercel is able to take advantage of the fact that when no one's going to it, it costs them no money. Here's where they give the real-world example with Verse. Verse launched their internet bedroom website, which caused traffic to surge online from hundreds to thousands, or retake on that. This is the Verse example that I mentioned before. After Verse launched their internet bedroom website, traffic surged from hundreds of thousands to over 10 million visitors. At its peak, 15,000 users were online concurrently, creating a flood of requests, as well as potential idle time. This made it an ideal candidate for the new optimization. With early access to in-function concurrency, their Vercel functions cut gigabyte hours and reduced costs by over 50% through automated, smarter usage of compute during idle times. Here's a comment from the team. Many of our API endpoints were lightweight and involved external requests, resulting in idle compute time. By leveraging in-function concurrency, we were able to share compute resources between requests, cutting costs by over half with zero code changes. Pretty cool. You can try it out today. As long as you're a pro or enterprise customer, it's a checkbox. You can go hit in the settings. And they even built a new observability tab to show you whether you are, or in my case, are not actually benefiting much from it. Pretty cool stuff. I'm hyped on this, genuinely. Oh, they do have the screenshot down here. Yeah. Dope. They have a cool acknowledgement section at the end here where they call out that Google Cloud Run was a pioneer in concurrent, fully managed containers. Their public preview functions product has a Their public preview function product has similar concurrency properties. Zooming out from Node, products like Deno Deploy, Cloudflare Workers, and our own Edge functions have similarly innovated on concurrent invocations for serverless-like compute. But as I mentioned before, with all of those, it's because they're living in some runtime that is doing the isolation. It's not happening because of an external layer. But that's part of why this is so cool. It's a huge change in how we think about concurrency in serverless workloads. Cloud Run did it before, but I'll be honest, no one thinks about Google Cloud, so it barely mattered. It's cool they called it out at least, but yeah. This is really new. I'm really excited. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Did I redeploy after changing the setting? Do you have to? That might be my problem, actually. Oh. Cool. Thanks, Vercel, for not telling me that. So, turns out, FaZe cut this away earlier. Turns out the actual reason that none of these things are saving, literally it's saved at 0, is because you have to do a redeploy. So I'm going to do a redeploy. This deploy happened 2 days ago. I turned this on more recently, so we're going to redeploy that. And going to go do the same for round, which is pick thing, or which is ping.gg. Deployments. Last one was 31 days ago. Redeploy. Cool. And hopefully, before we're done with this video, I will go back and check the results to see if they've changed at all and record a little bit more. And Lee's in chat, actually. It's a paper cut right now. It's text on the screen versus a toast. Every time we need to redeploy, we need to pop a toast. Gah, the worst. Ideally, there would be a state that the page is in that your app is in, if it's waiting for redeploy to do something, be it environment variable changes or something like this, where you can trigger this app needs a redeploy for the current settings to actually apply, and just highlight that at the top of the app until you do it. Plus 100, cool. They get it. See, Lee Rob deploys a single VPS, and all of a sudden, fully is aligned with us. Okay, real talk though. Awesome to have you here, Lee. Thanks for the support. Don't ask about Jorce.gg. Long story there. Cool. Yeah, most of my domains have weird stories. Also, I forgot to mention this earlier, but I saw the question about image engineering. But image engineering is a weird product, and it will not be on Vercel due to the nature of how those APIs are being defined. It's a strange one. Might host the web on it there, but still figuring out long-term how I want to host it. It's going to be a very strange architecture across a lot of different places if I get it right. Cloud runs extra confusing because there's a few different versions with different currency models. Yep. Chaos. I want to see if we're seeing the difference yet. Let me hide for now. It's probably going to be a bit before we actually see it, but my curiosity, as always, is getting the best of me. Nothing yet, but it'll eventually get there. What I'm going to do is put these in my other Arc profile so I can go back to them later and check by the end of the stream. Remind me near the end of the stream to go double check to see if we're getting better numbers there. Good shit. Did I close the AJ tweet? Because he had one that had a lot of good people's replies. Yeah, totally fine. We got good stuff. Oh, I forgot Boba's blog post. Fuck. Just deployed a cron to your VPS. Look at that. Doing all the things you can't do normally. So, editor's note, I don't know if this part's going to be included or not. I do love Boba, so I want to make sure, oops, wrong link or wrong place to paste that. Do want to make sure I at least mention this article in it. I'm going to read through it, but I'm going to open just introing it. And I'll do two intros, one of go check this out if you want more info, the other of me actually reading it. And I'll let you know by the end what we actually want to do with it. I'll just leave it in the notes for the video. I did see an article that I wanted to reference quickly. Boba Kang, who's written a bunch of awesome articles that we've used for the channel, rushed something out for the stream. Owe him immensely. Definitely check this out if you're curious about more. Alt take. Let's take a quick look. Vercel tweet announcement for new Vercel functions feature. We already mentioned this. Intended or not, this tweet garnered a lot of attention and led to countless meme responses thanks to a seemingly nonsensical phrase, serverless server. On one hand, that's just how social media works. People like to have fun and farm engagement. On the other hand, many have strong opinions on Vercel and its products, so any Vercel news is bound to generate some chatters. Regardless, it's a bit unfortunate that a lot of people seem to have stopped at poking fun of the phrase and skipped the linked blog post explaining the new feature. Here's a summary of what they added. We hopefully just summarized all of this, but it's cool that all of these people who have had positive and negative things to say about Vercel at least the smart ones, are coming together in droves to say, no, wait, y'all, this is actually really cool. This is clearly a big efficiency gain, and many Vercel function users are already seeing a significant reduction in compute cost. But to me, this new feature is also a telltale of how React's new full-stack architecture vision needs more than a framework, and how a product like Vercel's is almost inevitable. Okay, you have my attention. The cornerstone of the new React architecture is that a React app consists of both a server part and a client part. React app developers are encouraged to keep data management to the server part and keep the client part lean. This change has at least two consequences: more traffic to the server and more async calls on the server. Kind of. Big kind of here. The thing I want to call out is there's a lot of instances where with the new model, you're not actually getting more traffic to the server in terms of the number of requests. I'm going to give a weird example. We're going to go to twitch.tv, and I'm going to go to the network tab, and we're going to reload it. I'm also going to add a filter for just what is effectively requests that are JSON, like API requests. That is 40 plus requests, especially at least ones to GQL. All the GQL ones, these are all requests to a Twitch server to get data that this page needs. So on this one page load, we made at least 11 API requests just to load the page one time. The thing that's cool about the new React model is that you could have all of this data come in as part of just one request. So this additional data could come in later the way it does here, so we still load and get HTML almost immediately, but these could all be streamed in after. And that idea of one request, which means you only have to do one. The cool thing with the new React model is it's much easier to make a powerful dynamic application where only one request is done. That one request can stream in additional data, but you only have to authenticate the user once. You only have to check their headers once. You only have to connect to the database once. You only have to do a lot of things one time, and you're only doing one request on the page load now. Where with here, we load the page, and now we're making a ton of requests that have to repeat a ton of work. So in one hand, we are moving work to the server, but on the other hand, when we do that, we're able to meaningfully reduce the amount of invocations of a bunch of work have to be done as a user loads a page. So it's a two-sided thing. Dev makes a fair point here, which is that when you're navigating around, you're saving on server requests. But when you're making small changes with RSCs, you need to re-render the whole thing instead of refetching small amounts of data. So there are cases where you're increasing server work. Kind of. The other thing here is if you just have an outer shell that does the requests for data, and from that point forward, everything's a client component, the payload you're sending from the server is just a dump of all of the data. This is how it works in things like Remix. This is how it worked in Pages Router too, but it's way easier to assemble it and build it in. If you're actually shipping server components themselves, then yes, you have to revalidate those components, which can send Markdown. Which, if you're using server components and not shipping JS to the client, it won't have to send, or if you're sending server components down to the client instead of client JavaScript, you do have to refetch the markup as well. But often that ends up being smaller than the giant JSON payloads being sent. Like again, if we go to Twitch and we look at the network tab, I want you all to see how absurd some of these JQL payload responses are. Look at this shit. Like, what? This is just one of them. There is a ton of stuff like this in all of these requests, and they are long and they have a ton of data and they sometimes take a ton of time. So sure, but on everything I do on this site, it's the same deal. So it's checks and balances. In the end, if you're not using Relay, you're not doing anywhere near the most optimal data solution, but server components get you a lot closer. So I don't fully agree that this inherently means more traffic to the server. It does probably mean more async calls on the server, though. I'll cave there. Think of a scenario where the app is mutating some server data and updating a view based on the latest data. Previously, this could be handled mostly on the client side by directly calling external API endpoints and handling view updates. In the new React architecture, this would generally go through the server part, tasked to both fetch server data and render components using the data. That is fair. Once you're interacting with the page and triggering updates, you generate the whole page again. But this also helps prevent a bunch of other classes of bugs and allows you to, like, here's another common use case. You update your username or you update your display name on Twitch. Now it has to invalidate like 15 things, which fires a bunch of queries, which then trigger additional queries. Sure, you don't have to regenerate the whole page, but that tends to not be that expensive. And by doing it this way, you avoid a lot of those stale state issues that are very common in single page apps, and you reduce a lot of repeated compute for things like re-authenticating for each of those requests. So it's checks and balances. I don't think it's fair to say one does more requests than the other. They both have different traffic patterns. And I would argue most of the time, the new server component patterns end up being more optimal in terms of the amount of traffic actually running on your servers. The contrast is more stark in the case of Next.js. AppRouter, which is the de facto standard implementation of the full-stack React architecture, has added support for not only server-side React, but also for nested routes, which encourage developers to build apps with more granular routes to mirror their data requirements. When combined with AppRouter's every route starts from server approach, we likely get more server traffic where the whole server tree gets reconstructed and all relevant data fetching needs to be resolved. More traffic to the server and more async calls on the server. Fair. Next mitigates this with its sophisticated beat me to it. I was about to bring up the caching, but they called that out already. The sophisticated caching, as well as the component rendering, allows you to avoid a lot of these unnecessary things, but this can only go so far for dynamic apps that frequently update their data in views to be truly scalable. It needs to support to be truly scalable, it needs support from an infrastructure for distributed deployment, and that's where Vercel enters. So how does the story relate to the serverless servers and in-function concurrency? Deploying Next on Vercel means using Vercel functions to serve traffic. For the AppRouter days, I suspect the cost of one instance per invocation setups wasn't so ostensible, but the increased server needs of AppRouter brought attention to the limitation. Also fair, I saw a lot of people who would use Next.js on Vercel as just a slightly nicer Create React app, and they would still hit APIs on the client side that had nothing to do with Vercel for a lot of their data. I even see companies building AI tools that generate an Express backend and a Next frontend, which makes me want to die. Given how so many apps deployed on Vercel are Next apps and the growing popularity of AppRouter, I suspect that the dramatic reduction in cost from in-function concurrencies are from serving large Next apps on AppRouter. No, because large Next apps are spending a lot more time doing compute, not waiting on I/O. The customers that will be saving the most money by far are people who are using really slow databases or are using external things like an API, or customers that are using things like an external AI service that takes 20 plus seconds to respond. Those are the biggest winners here by a lot. If you have a big app that's rendering a ton of React components, this won't benefit you as much. But if you're firing off really slow API requests, that's when the benefit will really kick in. The bigger story, of course, is the increasingly strong vertical alignment between React, Next, and Vercel. No nefarious conspiracy is required for this alignment. Rather, it illustrates the challenge of React's new architecture that seeks to embrace the server-client model in a particular way. When React was client-side only, the cost of its component orientation was largely hidden. Sure, performance, but the user bore the brunt of cost in UX, and its impact on developers was often indirect at best. As React moves to the server side, the costs start to show up on bills. Covering both client and server side is a framework's job, making it efficient seems to require support from their infra. Can this be changed, perhaps by a new approach to the full stack React? Really good article overall. But I want to emphasize that the underlying thought here of the cost of rendering these large apps and recreating the HTML isn't something this concurrency model solves. It is purely the time spent waiting for things that are happening externally. If your React code is what's slow, this doesn't benefit you. If your data requests are what's slow, this benefits you immensely. It's also of note that this benefits a lot of workflows and a lot of things that aren't just Next. I haven't confirmed this, and if Lee, you're still here, I'd love a confirmation. I'm pretty sure you can still run this on things that aren't Next. Like I could run this on SvelteKit totally fine. I could run this if I deployed Express on Vercel, probably totally fine. Not positive about that, but relatively sure. Yeah, definitely good for any SSR frameworks. Exactly. So if you're making slow API requests, this benefits you. Framework agnostic. Thank you all for the confirmation. So yes, more React devs are moving things to the server, and they're making more API requests than they're used to making, and they're now being done on a Lambda, which is blocking in a way that it wasn't on client because you're paying for those costs now. But I would argue the big difference is previously, when you were waiting for an API request to respond and it took 20 seconds, the compute that was waiting for it was the users, so you weren't paying for it. But now that your server is the thing waiting, you are paying for it unless you're serving other requests at the same time. But that's where the shift happened, is waiting shifted from the client to the server. Node shouldn't block when you wait, but Node on Lambda did block when you wait because they hoisted the concurrency layer up to the server level. Now, if the concurrency can also exist there, you get the best of both. This is a really cool solution that benefits a lot of things. It's just that the React developers were feeling it disproportionately because we're the ones building with most of these new APIs. We're the ones building these crappy AI apps, and we're the ones going all in on serverless, and many of us have not deployed on servers before. I have. I've spent a lot of time on these things, and I've thought about this far too much, but many React devs haven't. And by solving these problems at an infra level, you can do the right thing more easily. And that's why I'm excited. Cool. This is absolutely going in the video. I'm going to make sure we get this blog post linked. Cool. I'm also going to quickly film a transition to that part, so it's easier to get to, make your life easier phase. Yeah. Vercel aren't the only ones talking about this, though. Boba, who's a friend of the channel and author of many incredible blog posts in this general space, wrote something about it, and I can't not read his post. He rushed this out just for us, so huge shout out to Boba. Give him a follow if you haven't. Let's dive into this guy. Perfect. And I'll do an actual outro here. This stuff is not simple, but it is really exciting. And the future that it enables is hopefully one where you don't have to think about any of this stuff at all. Let me know what you're thinking, though. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. It's not seemingly cheap. It is cheap. If you have traffic patterns that go up and down, which most real services do, this is very much cheap. And they just made it 50% cheaper. It's just weird that you would say that right now in one of the instances where like the entire industry agrees, like all the people who are deep in this world think this is awesome. You're kind of self-owning if you say that this is obfuscating complexity or they're trying to trick you, because they're not. We all agree. There is no person who understands infrastructure that thinks this is a bad thing or a dumb thing. The cool thing about building serverless is if it does get too expensive, you can move it to a server easily. Things you write for serverless can be moved to a server effectively for free. So I always start with serverless, but the moment it doesn't fit or it gets too expensive or isn't right for my use case, I just move the serverless code to a server. It's fine. Stateless code can run everywhere. Stateful code cannot run in serverless. That's the difference. Start where it makes sense for what you're doing. Oh, shit. Bubba. Didn't see that you were in YouTube chat. Good shit. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, you had more things. I'll include those quick because I like the conversational stuff. Serverless or Boba chat for serverless servers. Cool. Phase, if you can, might have to do a little bit of stitching to attach Boba's points to where I was pushing the critique. Boba responded saying that they should have said more traffic to the React server part or something like that. Fair criticism. I guess my angle was that app router potentially moves a lot of slow API calls to the server rendering on Vercel, but maybe that was too simplistic on my end. Yeah, that was my only critique, is that the thing that moved to the server that matters here is slow API calls, almost nothing else. Yeah, thank you for the understanding there. It's small difference, but I think it's really important to emphasize because a lot of people are scared about the slowness of APIs and moving things to serverless and using server components. People complain a lot about how slow the React code is to render, and this doesn't solve that problem. I don't think it's that big of a problem because most real workloads are blocked on I/O anyways, and the I/O blocking is what this fixes. But moving rendering to the server, theoretically being slow, is not a thing that this solves. And I just wanted to be really clear about that distinction. Yeah. Naman had a good comment here too. This is a very smart thing that only someone like Vercel, who's betting on JS, could do. It's optimization through specialization. I agree. This is one of the most Cloudflare-like things Vercel has done, and it's actually really exciting. And stuff. Thank you again. We did it. We're 2 hours in and we got one video done. Wonderful. You certainly have your work cut out for you on that one, FaZe. I am so sorry. Let me go quickly check DMs on the Cursed platform to see if we got our notes. Or if we did not, we'll keep waiting on that topic then. Thanks for stopping by again, man. Really appreciate it. Vid'll be fun for sure. The Zen browser video is killing it. I'm happy people have been enjoying that one. Its performance has been nuts. I kind of want to do a new... there's a couple new browsers I wanted to talk about, and I have a new type of browser here. It's these two projects that I wanted to mention, but not sure if/when I'll cover those. I really want to do this one. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this one. I want to build something for it first, though. I'm going to build an interesting project for it. These are all things I don't need anymore. I'm going to do latest. I want to use Canary because I always use Canary. Vercel app. I kind of want to use Prisma for it, though, and make it intentionally really slow. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to go a little hard for this. I'm going to regret this so hard after setting it up. I'm going to want to die. It'll be worth it. But I'm going to want to die doing this. No auth provider. I kind of want to do an auth provider to showcase just how rough things can be. I don't need to make my points. I don't think, actually. We'll use app router, SQLite. I'm not actually going to run the code. I'm just going to showcase it. So don't need that anymore. Then I need to run it. Get commit init. Let's go fuck shit up. Server DB. First thing I need is I need a giant image. I know a place to get those. pic.ping.gg. Oh, what was the message? I did not respond to that. Don't worry too much. Go to app. I like this one, actually. We'll use this image. Which hopefully is very large. 2.9 megs. I was hoping for bigger. Can I grab a random video file, maybe? I got one that's like reasonably short. I know I re-encoded that stack blitz ad to send it to someone. That might be a good example, actually. Cool. This will actually be perfect. Copy, paste. Got a 15 meg file. Fun. Now let's hop into DB. Oh, it's a Prisma, so I have to do it all in the Prisma file. I haven't touched Prisma in so long. It's going to be weird. It has its own folder, schema.prisma. Create a comments model. Cool. There we go. I want more complex things. Add a user model that is add a user model that add a user model, reference it in comment and post. Oh, I have to do the stupid select everything, reject. Nope, that did not work. Still learning the intricacies of prompting with this. Add user model, reference it in comment and post. I wish I could get this to fucking close after. There we go. Cool. Nice. We now have all of this referenced. All should be working. I'm not actually going to run this because it's going to suck, but the point is that we can go through and audit it all. So now we're going to I'm going to do a pnpm install just to trigger the Prisma again. So that now in here, well, in server API, routers, post, perfect. Why did it not? Oh, it just, do I have to do npx or pnpm db push or? Cool. Then we have to restart the TypeScript server. Use the right one. Cool, there we go. What is this mad about? I am so confused. Like, I'm doing the exact same thing here. I'm closing and reopening my IDE. Okay, it was just bugging out there. Some weird linter. Oh, it was ESLint not catching up to the changes. That's what it was. I ran the gen command. The problem was that ESLint didn't get reset. I had only reset TypeScript. Why do we do this to ourselves? Oh, these has to be a number. Cool. We'll just make it 1. Const user const users in comments. Perfect. I'm going to name this to author. Perfect. This is the exact disaster I was hoping to make. Cool. So let me make sure I've committed as many of these disasters as possible. I have my whole list. Okay. Oh, the image optimization one. I can abuse that. Let me look at roundest quick. Because I know this is a bad idea. They changed the syntax for this somewhat recently. Yeah, deprecated use remote patterns. Change this to the new remote patterns syntax. Perfect. If I go back here and we look at how we actually get the Pokemon listing is coming from, oh, it's in this file. Cool. Where is the image? Okay, where am I getting the sprite URL from? Aha. So I'll make a image example page.tsx, use client. Function generate URL for generate sprite URL. Is that this would be, I'm trying to come up with a good term or name for it. And I'll just leave it as index. That's fine. Close that guy. What is this mad about? Index number. The comma. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Function get 100 random Pokemon. I want it to be 100. Get random Pokemon. You know what? We're going to make this a server component so that it's a little less awful. Cool. Perfect. A++. Also make the width and height massive because why not? That is done. This I don't really need to do anything for. That is done. All these examples need caching. I think we're good to go. I think I've put in everything I want to for this. I'll go through the order of events that way. Let's do it. No, the Gen 1000... Yeah, I did this right. Don't gaslight me like that. Oh boy, this is going to be a controversial one. I am excited. Here goes what I want to do for a while. I should probably commit the current state. Cool. Oh boy. So as you all probably know by now, I'm not sponsored by Vercel. That means I can do some things I couldn't do before, and we're about to do one that I've had a lot of requests for a while. We're going to talk about, in detail, how expensive Vercel can be, and more importantly, how to avoid the things that might cost a lot of money. I've been using Vercel for a long time. I'm still using it today, but I've found that I use Vercel a lot, often in ways I probably shouldn't, so I am deeply invested in figuring out the ways to use it effectively, cost-wise. I think you guys might be surprised about what things do and don't actually cost that much money, and there's a few pro tips in here that if you're not doing, you just have a ticking time bomb sitting in your code base. Just because Vercel doesn't sponsor us doesn't mean we don't have a sponsor today, so let's hear from them. As I mentioned before, Vercel is no longer sponsoring the channel. They have nothing to do with this video, but we do have a sponsor, so let's hear from them really quick. Kind of retake the intro. Yeah, attempt 2 on this intro. I want this one to be, this is an important video. I want this to be really good. As y'all probably know by now, Vercel and I broke up. I still use them for a lot of the things I'm shipping, but they are no longer a channel sponsor. That means I can talk about things they might not have wanted me to talk about in the past. And today, we're talking about a big one. How to not have a crazy Vercel bill. I see a lot of fear around how expensive Vercel is and these terrible bills that float around online. I've had the pleasure of auditing almost all of them, as in I've dove into code bases that cause these huge bills, and I've learned a ton about how to use Vercel right, and more importantly, the ways you can use it wrong. So I did something I have not done before. I built an app to showcase just how bad things can be. I did all of the stuff that I have seen that causes these big Vercel bills, and we're going to go through and fix them so that you can find them in your own code base and prevent one of these crazy bills. There's a lot of useful stuff in here that I'm really excited to share with you. As I mentioned before, Vercel has nothing to do with this video. They did not sponsor it, but we do have a sponsor, so let's hear from them really quick. Cool. Much better intro. Also just saw a huge gift bomb, so let me jump in here and thank you for that. S-Prez with the 20 bomb. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Love the support, especially on a Sunday. Normally don't get like any subs, so it means a ton. I think I missed a 10 bomb from Artem earlier. I'm so sorry I missed that. Thank you so much for the 10 gifts. Actually, I think I got you. Regardless, appreciate it a ton. We got Yanis, the tier 3 for a month, 5 months in. Thank you so much. Love the tier 3s. Means a ton. We got Lermatroid here, 19 months into the Prime. Happy you're liking the content. Got some really fun things coming. We got A2TI with the Prime as well. JSSugar here, 8 months in. Appreciate that. Love Pseudo, the tier 3 as well. Love those tier 3s. Starting to think Twitch is confused. Same. Rudo, almost at that 2-year mark. Awesome. And Calgo Moo with the tier 1 as well. Thank you all for the support. Let's dive in. It's going to be a fun one. So first, we have an easy one. The public directory. This is probably the mistake I see the most. Vercel's bandwidth costs aren't great. I won't sit here and pretend they are. And something I've seen a lot is people putting assets in their public directory. So if we go reveal this in Finder quick, you'll see that's a 15 megabyte video file. And if I was to go play that, or you know what, I'm going to put that on the homepage for the example. Edit this part out. Phase. We can kill all of. Actually, no. I'll just put it in here. Function preview video source. All the things here that aren't the latest post bit. Oh shit, Filippo with the raid. Thank you so much for that. We're filming a video on how to not get fucked up with costs on Vercel. Oh, it's playing without sound? Cool. Nice. So, back to it. This seems like the most innocent thing in the world. You put a video in the public directory, you put it in a video tag, and then you go to your website. Now the video's playing. This is great, right? Totally safe, fine. Except that Vercel's infra is expensive for bandwidth. I know people look at it and then they compare to things like Hetzner and they're like, wow, Vercel charges so much for bandwidth. The reason is everything you put in this public directory gets thrown on a CDN, and good CDNs are expensive. The reason you'd want things on a CDN is because stuff like a favicon, which is really, really small, is really, really beneficial to have close to your users. Even Cloudflare has acknowledged this when they built R2, because R2, despite being cheaper to host files, is much, much slower than the CDN here. Because of that, putting stuff in this folder is expensive. And if it's something that you can't reasonably respond with in a single chunk of a request, it shouldn't go in here. My general rule is if it's more than 4 kilobytes, do not put it in here. If you want the easiest thing to put it in, we'll have a small self plug, throw it in an upload thing. I'm going to go to my dashboard. We're going to create a static asset host, create app, files, upload, go to the public folder, grab, drop, upload. Now, all I have to do is swap the URL. Do we have the copy file URL button? We did, cool. Copy file URL. Go back here and just swap the source out. That's it. We just potentially saved ourselves from a very, very expensive bill because we don't charge for egress on upload thing. So instead of potentially spending thousands of dollars, go drag and drop it into upload thing and spend $0 instead. You can also throw it on S3 or R2 or other products all over the internet, but this is the one we built for Next Devs, and it makes avoiding these things hilariously easy. On the topic of assets, though, there is one other edge case I see people coming into, and I made a dedicated example for this. If we go to image example, this page is loading a ton of images. I have it actually loading 1,000 images here. I'm going to make the page look a little bit nicer quick. Class name, flex wrap gap 4 equals. I'm going to change the size to be much smaller. There we go. A+. So, to showcase another failure case of images, I built a little page. This page grabs 1,000 random Pokemon sprites. And there's a lot of them, and they take quite a bit to load. This is doing something right that I think is really, really important. We're using the next image component. And this is awesome, because if we were using our own images like we had put in public, instead of serving the 4 megabyte Theo face, this could compress it all the way down to 3 kilobytes, depending on the use case. But the way that Vercel bills on the image optimizer is really important to note. Let's go to the Vercel pricing page so I can reference it throughout this. Cool. By default, on a free plan on Vercel, you get 1,000 image optimizations by default. But then they cost $5 per 1,000. You get 5,000 for free on the Pro tier, but that $5 per 1,000 optimizations, that's not cheap. And we made a couple mistakes in this implementation. One is that we are just referencing these files that are already really small. The ones we're grabbing from this GitHub repo, Poke API, these are already small files. They don't really need to be optimized. It's nice to throw them on Vercel CDN, but it's not necessary. The much bigger mistake we made is how we indicate which images we're cool with optimizing. You'll see here that we're allowing any path from GitHub user content. So if other people are hosting random images on GitHub, they could use your optimization endpoint to generate tens of thousands of additional image optimizations. And I want to be clear about what an image optimization is. If you were to re-render these below at a different size, so we were to change this to 200, a lot of platforms will bill you separately for the different optimizations. If we make a version of this image that's 1,000 pixels wide and tall and a version that's 200, you would pay for both. But on Vercel, you're only paying based on the unique URLs. The important thing to make sure you do right here is that you configure the path name to be more restrictive. So the quick fix for this one is pretty simple. You grab more of the URL. So we go here. We say /Pokemon API sprites master ***. Now, this app will only optimize images that come from Poke API. So as long as this repo isn't compromised, you're good. This also goes for upload thing, by the way. If you just call utfs.io here, which a lot of people do, you just set it up so any image on upload thing is optimizable through your app. What you want to do is use the /a/ style URLs, because these URLs allow you to specify an ID that's unique to your app. So in the example I gave earlier, if we were to use upload thing to be the original host, the ID is just this part right here. And now we can only optimize the images as long as if they are coming from my app, because this is the path for files that are from my app, and you cannot serve files from other people's apps if you put the app ID in it like this. So if you're using upload thing and you're also using the next image component to optimize the images of upload thing, please make sure you do it this way. And if you want to change the URLs over, the API will start doing these by default soon. But if you're doing this early enough where that hasn't happened, copy file URL, grab this part, put that after here. So if we wanted to put this optimized image on the home page, image, let's import the image component from next. In the source will be https utfs.io/a/. Did it get that correct from my config? It did. Look at that. Good job, cursor. And now this image will be rendered on our homepage without the risk of other people's homepages causing problems. So it optimized that for me here. Or retake. Now that we've done this, I can grab an optimized image from my host, which is upload thing. You don't have to pay for somebody potentially going directly to that URL, because we eat that with upload thing. And users are now getting a much more optimized image sent down to them instead of the giant 10 megabyte thing that you might be hosting with upload thing. And you don't have to worry about users abusing it, because if they don't have the file in your service, they can't generate an optimized image. This covers a comically large amount of the bills and concerns I've seen. So make sure you're doing this. Optimize your images, especially if you're still putting them on Vercel for some reason. And ideally, take every single asset you have that is larger than a few kilobytes and throw it on a real file host. Because Vercel's goal is to do things so they're really fast when you put them in the public folder. Because if you put something like an SVG or a favicon, it needs to go really quick, which makes it more expensive. But you can even use Vercel's blob product, which is similar to upload thing, R2, S3, all of those, and immediately wipe these costs out. Ideally, they would introduce something in the build system that flags when you have large files here and the potential risk. I might even make a ESLint plugin that does this in the future, but for now, just make sure you're not embedding large assets in a way that they get hosted on Vercel. Thing one complete. Okay, that's just bandwidth, but serverless is so expensive. You got to make that cheap too. Let's get to it. Let's say you made a blog and you have a data model that includes posts, comments, and of course, users. Both posts and comments reference users, and you can see how one might write a query that gets all of these things at once. But let's say you started with just posts, and you made an endpoint that returns the posts. Then you added comments. So you added a call to your DB to get the comments. And then you added users. So you added a bunch of calls to grab the right user info for all of the things you just did. You might end up with an API, retake on that. You might end up with an API that looks a little something like this. Hopefully, y'all can quickly see the problem here. I was surprised when one of those companies with a really big bill could not. The problem here is we do this blocking call, ctx.db.post.find_first, to get the post. Then we have the comments, which we get using the post ID. Then we have the author, which we also get using the post ID, well, the post's user ID. Then we get the users and comments by taking all the comments, selecting out the user ID, and selecting things where those match. This is really, really bad. It is hilariously bad because let's say your database is relatively fast. Each of these only takes 50 milliseconds to complete. Blocking for 50 milliseconds, blocking for another 50, blocking for another 50, blocking for another 50. This is 200 milliseconds minimum of compute. That should probably be a single instance. The dumb quick fix is to take things that could be happening at the same time and do them at the same time. So we can grab comments and author at the same time. A quick way to do this, make the comments promise, don't block for it. Make the author promise, don't block for it. Now these are both going at the same time. And if we need the comments here, which we do, const comments is await comments promise. Now we have them. Now at the very, very least, we took these two queries and allowed them to run at the same time. But we can do much better than this. This is a real quick hack fix. If you don't have dependencies, like if all of these queries don't share data, you could just run all of them at once in a promise.allSettled. But ideally, we would use SQL. So I could write this myself. Instead, we're going to tell cursor to make all, or change this code so a single Prisma query is made that gets all of the data in a single pass using relations. And look at that. Hilariously simpler. db.post.find first, order by down, but we're also telling it to include the user, because that's the author, as well as comments. But in those comments, we also want to include user. So we get all of the data back directly here. Here they're cleaning up because the data model I actually had for this was garbage. But honestly, when we get this back, we have post, which has the user in it, which is the author. I should probably have named that properly. Whatever, too late now. And we have comments, which have users as well as the comment data, all in one query. This means that this request takes 4 times less time to resolve. And I shit you not, one of those massive Vercel bills I saw, requests were taking over 20 seconds. And the average request had over 15 blocking Prisma calls, most of which didn't need data shared with each other. So a single promise.all cut their request times down by like 90%. Then using relations, cut it down another like 5%. And I got the runtime down in an Uber in 30 minutes from over 20 seconds. The requests were often timing out down to like 2 in very, very little time in an Uber without even being able to run the code. You need to know how to use a database. And one of my spicy takes is that Vercel's infrastructure scales so well that writing absolute garbage code like that can function. If you were using a VPS and the average request took 20 seconds to resolve, I don't care how good VPSs are, you wrote something terrible and your bill is still going to suck, or users are going to get a lot more timeouts or requests bouncing because the server is too busy doing all of this stuff. Thankfully, Vercel added another cool feature that's helping with this a lot. The video I made about it is probably out already. Let me grab the link. Vercel did just add a feature to make the issue here slightly less bad, which is their serverless servers announcement. Check out my dedicated video on this if you want to understand more about it. The TLDR is when something is waiting on external work, other users can make requests on the same Lambda, so each request isn't costing you money. Because if these DB calls took 20 seconds, then every user going to your app is costing you 20 seconds of compute. With the concurrency model, at the very least, when one of those pieces of compute isn't blocking, or with the new concurrency model, at the very least, when you're waiting on data externally, other users can be doing other things, so it reduces the bill there a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean half or more sometimes. So it is a big deal, especially if you have long requests. Like if you're requesting to an external API for doing generation, for example, very good use case for doing something like this. If you're waiting 20 plus seconds for an AI to generate something for your users, paying the 20 seconds of waiting for every single user sucks. And this helps a ton there. There are other things we can do to help with that, though. One of those things, I didn't take the time to put it in here, is queuing. Instead of having your server wait for that data to come back, you could throw it in a queue and have the service that's generating your stuff update the queue when it's done. There are lots of cool services for this. Ingest is one of the most popular. Had a really good experience with them. They allow you to create durable functions that will trigger the generation and then die. And then when the generation is done, trigger again to update your database. Really cool in order to avoid those compute moments entirely. Another that I've been talking with more is trigger.dev. Open source background jobs with no timeouts. This lets you do one of those steps where you're waiting a really long time for Dolly to generate something without having to pay all of the time to wait for your service sitting there as this thing is being generated. So if you do have requests that have to take long amounts of time, you should probably throw those in a queue of some form instead of just letting your servers eat all of that cost. These solutions all help a ton, be it a queue or the concurrency stuff that Vercel is shipping. At the very least, you should go click the concurrency button because it's one click and might save you 80% of your bill. Cool. That was void chained async calls. Sales lead caching. We'll do that next. All of that, or all of the things I just showed, assume that the compute has to be done. But you don't always have to do the compute. Sometimes you can skip it. Let's say, theoretically, this query took a really long time. It didn't take 100 milliseconds. Maybe it takes 10 seconds. But also, this doesn't get, the data that this resolves doesn't change much. We can call things a little bit differently. If we have function, or if we have const cached post call equals unstable cache, stable version of this coming very soon, as long as Vercel gets their stuff together before NextConf. Here, I need to import DB. Now we have this function, cached post call. I should name this better because post call has a specific meaning. Cached post, or cached blog post fetcher. Now, with the special cached blog post fetcher function, the first time it's called, it actually does the work. But from that point forward, all of the data is cached. And now you don't have to do the call again. So if this call took 10 seconds, now it's only going to take 10 seconds the first time. This is a huge win because now future requests are significantly cheaper. And if you can find the points in your app where things take a long amount of time and don't change that much, huge win. Let's say you have to, but they do change sometimes, and it's important to know how to deal with that. So let's say we have a leave comment procedure. It's a procedure where a user creates a comment. So context DB comment create, and we create this new comment. Let's not return just yet, though. We'll await this. Const comment equals that. But now this old cache is going to be out of date, and it's not going to show the comment because this page got fetched earlier. Well, that's pretty easy to fix. All you have to do is down here, revalidate tag, post. And now, since we called revalidate tag with this tag, Vercel is smart enough to know, okay, this cache is invalid now, so the next time somebody needs the data, we're going to have to call the function again. But now you only have to call this query, which we are pretending is very slow, once per comment. So when a user leaves a comment, new compute is generated. So when a user leaves a comment, you run this heavy query. But when a user goes to the page, you don't have to because the results are already in the cache. And we've just changed the model from every request requires this to run to every comment being made requires it to run, but then nobody else has to deal with it from that point forward. Huge change. And I find that so many of these problems can be solved this way. A common one I see is users who are calling their database to check the user and get user data on every single request. That is a database call that is blocking at the start of every single request you do. If instead you cache that user data, then most of those requests will now be instantaneous instead of being blocking on a DB call. Huge change. So this will not only make your build cheaper, it'll also make the website feel significantly faster. You don't have to wait for a database to be called in order to generate this information. That all said, if you know anything about blog posts, you might be suspicious of this example in the first place, because you shouldn't have to make an API call to load a blog post. You should be able to just open the page and have the blog post. And here's another one of those common failures I see. You might have even noticed it earlier if you're paying close enough attention. See this export const dynamic equals force dynamic call here? This forces the page that I'm on to be generated every time a user goes to it. This page doesn't have any user-specific data. We have this API call, but this one doesn't use any user-specific data. We have this void getLatest.prefetch call, which allows for data to be cached when things load on the client side. We don't even need that, though. We can kill it. Nothing on this page is user-specific. So loading this page shouldn't require any compute at all. But because we set it to be dynamic, it will. And this whole page is going to require compute to run on your server every time someone goes to it. If you have pages that are mostly static, like a terms of service page, a blog, docs, all of those things, it's important to make sure the pages being generated are static. Thankfully, Vercel makes this relatively easy to check. If you run a build, they will just show you all of these details in the output. And they don't just show it when you run the build locally. I can also go to my Vercel deployments and go take a look. So we'll hop into QuickPick, which is a service I just put out. And in here, we can take a look at the deployment summary and see what got deployed in what ways. We have the static assets, the functions, and the ISR functions. And it tells you which does what. The more important thing that's a little easier, in my opinion, to understand is in the build output, it shows you here each route and what it means. So the circle means static, the F means dynamic. And you want to make sure all of your heavy things like your pages that are static because you want the user receiving generated HTML. You don't want to have a server spin up to generate the same HTML for every user when they go to every page. I am noticing a little bit of confusion about the unstable cache thing, so I'm going to emphasize a couple details on it. FaZe cut this when I was first talking about the caching stuff. I'm seeing some confusion about unstable cache. I want to call these things out. This cache isn't running on the client at all. The client has no idea about any of this. Things like React query, things like stale while revalidate, all of that stuff, for the most part, is client-side things to worry about. This is the server. The server is making a call to your database to get this data. And you are telling the server when you wrap it with unstable cache, hey, once this has been done, you don't have to call the database anymore. You can just take the result. This is kind of just a wrapper to store this in a KV store in Vercel's data center, or if you implement it yourself, wherever else. You could do this yourself by writing the function a little differently. I'll show you what the DIY version would look like. DIY cache blog post. So first we would check, kill all of that. First thing we have to do is check our KV. So I'm assuming we have a KV. Const KV result equals, await kv.getPost. I don't actually have a KV in here, so ignore the fact it's going to type error. If KV result, return KV result. Otherwise, we do the compute. We set the result, and then we return it. This is effectively what Vercel's cache is doing. They have some niceties to make it easier to interop with and validate things on. I've DIY'd things like this so often in my life. Vercel gave us some syntax sugar for it, but you can DIY this if you want to yourself. I could rewrite the unstable cache function and just throw it in KV if I wanted to. But this is using a store in the cloud to cache the result of what this function returns, so you don't have to call it again if you already have the result. As you see here, if we have the result, we just return it from the KV. Otherwise, we run the other code again. Think that helped clarify that one. What else do we have on the list? Okay. Back to image optimization for a sec, because I know I showed you how to use them right. And as long as you have less than 5,000 images, honestly, you should probably use their stuff. It is very good and very convenient. But if you have more than 5,000 images, it quickly starts to get expensive. I've been deep, I'll be real honest with y'all. I'm not happy with the current state of image optimization tools. Next.js docs do have a lot of details on how to do custom loaders. Where do I find these? Where are the example loaders? Here we are, cool. Yeah. Despite being pretty happy with the experience of using the next image component on Vercel, once you break 5,000 images, price gets rough. That's why the example loader configurations page is pretty useful here. Frankly, I'm not happy with either the pricing or the DX around any of these other options, but they are significantly cheaper if you want to use them. Sometimes. Sometimes they're more expensive, but for the most part, all the options here are cheaper. They have their own gotchas. I've been to hell and back with Cloudflares to the point where I'm putting out my own thing in the near future. If you need to save your money now, take a look through this list and find the thing that fits your needs the best. But in the future, image.engineering is going to be a thing. I am very excited about this project. I've been working on it in the background for a while. If you look closely enough at the URLs on PickThing, you'll see that all of the URLs on this page are being served by image.engineering already. We're dogfooding it. We're really excited about what it can do. And in the near future, you'll be able to use that too. So for now, if you need to get something cheap ASAP, go through the list here. If this video has been out for long enough, or maybe just check the pinned comment, I'll have something about image engineering if it's ready. But for now, use Vercel until you break 5,000 images. If the bill gets too bad, consider moving to something like anything in this list, and keep an eye out for when our really, really fast and cheap solution is ready to go, which will be effectively a drop-in and have some really cool benefits as well. So, yeah. One last thing. There's a tab in everyone's Vercel dashboard for everyone's Vercel deployments that seems very innocent. Analytics. You will notice that you do not have it enabled. There's a reason for that. They charge $14 per 100,000 events. The Pro version is slightly less bad, but it's $50 a month and then $20 per additional 500,000 events. I am sure the Vercel Analytics product is pretty cool, but I have never actually used it because every time I turn it on, I look at the usage, and 2 days in, I'm like, this is going to cost too much, and I turn it off before I can actually use it. Thankfully, analytics is a pretty established space. And when you look at the pricing on other things, like our friends PostHog, a little bit cheaper. Can I copy this? We multiply this by how many events was it? So it's $14 for 100,000 events by default. We'll take this. $5 for the same amount. And that's at the highest price they charge. The price gets lower as you do more. If we were to change it to the 500,000, if you're on this Pro plan, it looks like Vercel is actually slightly cheaper until you notice an important detail, which is that this is events that are tagged to specific users. Once you get into the, where's the web analytics pricing? Do they have that separate? I want to find the web analytics pricing. Okay, they have it in their blog. That was this one. Oh, no, that was the anonymous pricing. Okay, cool. Retake on that bet then. Cool. Retake from the top for this one. These analytics events are not product analytics. If you're not familiar with the distinction, product analytics are how you track what a user does on your site. So if you want to see which events a specific user had, that's product analytics. So track the journey of a user. If you want to know which pages people are going to, you want to have a count for how many people go to a specific page, that is web analytics. Web analytics is like the old Google Analytics type stuff. Product analytics is things like Amplitude, Mixpanel, the tools that let you track what users are specifically doing. My preference on how to set this up is to use PostHog, and thankfully, they made a huge change to how they handle anonymous users. They also made a really useful change to their site, Theo mode, which hides all of the crap. It makes it much nicer for videos, so thank you to them for that. But what we care about here is the new pricing, where it is 0.005 cents per event. And that is the most expensive ones. And the first million are free. So you get 1 million free events. The next million are at this price. But if you're doing 1 million events, you're probably doing 2 million events. This is the more fair number. So we're going to take this number. We're going to compare it here. So that is at 100,000 events times this, $3.43 versus $14. Pretty big deal there. And yes, PostHog sponsors the channel. And yes, PostHog has sponsored videos in the past. They're not sponsoring this. I'll prove it by showing you guys Plausible, who I also love. No. They really hate showing you things when you're signed in. Cool. Plausibles pricing isn't per event, which always annoys me. I really hate when you have these big monthly bills. Actually looking at these numbers and they suck enough, I'm not even going to include this. Yeah, cut all of the like other options bit that I was going to do there because those prices kind of suck. And these prices have gotten less bad. Interesting. Apparently, the Web Analytics Plus product has a cap for how many events you can do a month, even in the Pro window. Enterprise can work around it, but 20 million events is a pretty hard cap. Like, we can even get close to that with Upload Thing. So, yeah. Not my favorite. Certainly not at the $14 per 100,000 event pricing, and certainly not for $50 a month. Generally, I recommend not using the Vercel Analytics, but if they do get cheaper in the future, I'll be sure to let you guys know so you can consider it. I think that's it. Yeah. I hope this was helpful. I know a lot of y'all are scared about your Vercel bills, but as long as you follow these basic best practices, you can keep them really low. Our bill has been like $10 a month for a while and not counting seats. It's not a big deal. Highly recommend taking advantage of these things and continue using things like Vercel. All of these tips apply other places too. It's not just Vercel. You can use these same things to be more successful on Netlify, Cloudflare, any other serverless platform. And these things will also speed up your apps for using a VPS. So I hope these things are helpful. Make sure you're building your apps build your apps in a way that you understand and try your best to keep the complexity down. In the end, the bill comes from the things you shouldn't be doing. Until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. Oh, mention the cap. That's a really good point too. Thank you. That's a huge catch. Huge catch. Oh no, do not want those being visible. Spend management, cool. One last thing, if you are still concerned about the bill, I understand. The thought about having some massive multi-$1,000 bill out of nowhere is terrifying. They have a solution for that too. Spend management. You can set up a spend limit in your app if you are concerned about the price getting too expensive. You can go in to the spend management tab in billing and specify that you only want to be able to spend up to this much money and even manage when you get notifications. So if you are concerned that usage will get to a point where you have a really high bill, there you go. Bill handled. It does mean your service will go down. So there's a catch there. But the reason this is happening is either you inputted things really wrong or your service went super viral. For what it is worth, I have never enabled this because the amount of compute each request costs for us is hilariously low. So even when we were being DDoSed, the worst bill somebody could generate was like $80 after spamming us for hours straight with millions of computers, because they found one file on one of our apps that was like 400 kilobytes. So it's really hard so if you implement things well, you almost certainly won't have problems. My napkin math suggested that for us to have a $100,000 a month bill, we'd have to have 1 billion users. So you're probably fine, but if you are the nervous type, I understand. Go hit the switch. Cool. I think that's everything. fun. Yeah, obviously, it's not on free plans. You have to have a credit card on your account in order to have a spend limit. Duh. I don't feel like I need to include that. Call out valuable. I don't think I need to call that on the video. Check the serverless server on pick thing and round. Great question, or great call out. Oh, look at that. A little bit of savings, but not much on upload things so far. Not much here either. Wow, rounds? P95 has gotten a lot better. It used to be quite a bit worse. That's cool to see. Good shit. Yeah, props to Vercel on passing the savings on to customers, right? They absolutely, like, they could have even run the concurrency with like multiple people's projects on the same Lambda and just gotten a huge cost savings for them and not forwarded it on. There would be slight safety concerns, which is enough of a reason for them to not do that. But like, they had a lot of opportunities with this to make things way cheaper for them and charge the same for others, and they took none of them. They just forwarded it on. I was talking with somebody about this at the YC event yesterday. It actually came up a lot. People struggling to decide between TRPC, React Query versus server actions. Something I should definitely talk about. Oh, this is a good point, actually, with the caching. To be clear, so I can clarify for the video, when you call revalidate, it does actually run the compute again for it, so that it will never be hit on fetch. It'll only be hit on revalidate, right? Relatively sure that's the case. So I want to be positive if I'm going to film the correction. What did I miss in this back and forth? Might be some function that can be run on both the server. Not really. I mean, you can do that technically, but you really shouldn't. Oh, yo, Eric, thanks for stopping by. Happy you could hang out. And yeah, good shit. Yeah, Trigger made a lot of sense for that shout out. Pun that y'all like to hang out when I'm filming this stuff means a ton. Didn't know that. That's a fair point. I don't really use speed insights, but that's good to know. And yes, unstable cache uses the function parameters when checking the cache hit. Ably is absolutely... Do not fucking touch Ably. It has been nothing but pain for me. Depending on what you're doing with real-time, the answer to this varies a lot. The party kit stuff that Sunil was doing was really cool. Oh, God, what's the other company that does the like shared cursors thing really well? They built it all on Zustand and their hooks are really good. Fuck, what's it named? LiveBlocks. Thank you, Dev. LiveBlocks is dope. God, I'm still way too hot. I need to turn on the fan all the way so I don't melt in here. No, no, the AC is all the way up still. It's also like insanely hot out. The framework laptop is not going to be here till end of this coming week. It'll be a bit. It's like 5+ days lead for those usually. Not menopause. My fucking apartment is so hot because it is the hottest it has been in SF in a long time. I need to check DMs quick. Exits. Guys, I need you to tell me you're proud. I just cut from the like 20 tabs of Tmux I had open down to 3 for like the 3 things I need to work on over the next few days. I'm so proud of me. I'm not the type that keeps a lot of tabs open in my browser, but I'm absolutely the type that keeps a ton open in Tmux. So I'm really happy I got those all killed. I feel like a real dev again. I want to thank all the subs I missed while I was doing all that. Thank you, Wouter. Always good to see you. 18 months in, over 2 years total. Appreciate that a ton. Binary Tales with the cheer. Appreciate that as well. Thank you for the support. We got Atlas C Music with the Prime as well. Appreciate all y'all. Yeah, Ghosty's pretty good. I'm doing a video that's like my favorite terminal tools of recent. Eventually. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, there's the Terminal Wars. Cool CLI tools I've been using. These are both things I really want to do. But, yeah, we'll get there. We have a lot of more pressing things to talk about. This one's relatively priority, so I'm going to give it a priority label. I can do this as we continue waiting. I'm waiting on an inside source for the JSSugar thing, and they're on a very long flight at the moment, and I don't think they bought Wi-Fi, so I'm waiting for them to be done. I hate somebody said vertical Tmux tabs because now I actually kind of want that, and it should be awful, but I actually do like the sound of that. That said, I hate text all the way at the bottom of the screen, also stuff I don't check a lot, so I would hate it if it moved things down. I have to think about that one. I'm probably not talking about 1JS. I just don't care much. These are all really good ones. Naman, are you here? Because if Naman is still hanging out in chat, I might gun these 2 Tailwind ones out because he'll be a very useful source for both. Especially because he's a huge part of what kickstarted this one. Shit, you're still here. Cool. Let's gun these out then. Yeah. Okay, this is actually funny because people keep asking me to talk about 1. Here's why I don't talk about 1, because the Tamagui ecosystem is just the shit show. Like, everybody I know who's ever worked with Birdman for more than like a week has, for the most part, regretted it. This is not going to go in a video. This is just me saying my honest understanding of the situation. I don't want to cover his bullshit beyond how it might actually affect the world, and yet another React framework isn't going to fucking affect the world. So, yeah. I do want to talk about this, though, because this is a fun one. This will be a fun rabbit hole. Let's do it. TLDR in an appropriate way. The guy who made Tamagui is ex-Vercel and has become like a kind of crazy Vercel hater. He called me and a bunch of other people out on Hacker News for no reason. I think he apologized at some point, but I don't even remember. We had a back and forth and things were doing pretty well. But I know enough people that have had bad times that I'm just avoiding it. That should be fun. Phase for the intro, do the reading a tweet thing. I'm going to censor this ahead of time to make it slightly easier for you. Perfect. I think I have to just submit to Tailwind at this point. Every single AI tool leans on it. Nobody's trying to force CSS and JS, and it just works for email because it's all classes. I hate it. I will never like it, but fuck it. We have a lot to talk about here, don't we? For those who haven't kept up, Tailwind is quickly accelerating and taking over most of the style world, but not everyone loves it. In fact, most Tailwind users didn't love it, especially when they were first getting started. I know I was slow to get started. I know I hated it when I was looking at it initially. But once it clicks, and it does a lot of things really well. I would make the argument that Tailwind is kind of the new React in the sense that for 95% of people, it makes things as good or better than whatever they were using before. But the people who are in that 5% are feeling more pain than ever because they just want and need more control. And Tailwind is not the solution that's going to give it to you. If you want custom classes, Tailwind's solution is go write CSS. If you want dynamic behaviors based on state, Tailwind's solution is swap out the class names. If you want to build a style system, Tailwind's solution is build it yourself. Tailwind is a different way of writing CSS, but it isn't an alternative to it. And there's a lot of people who have reasonable reservations. But are those reservations enough to reconsider it as a default? I would ask the same about React. But first, before we go... But are these reservations enough of a reason to reconsider the defaults? The same way that many devs and many projects start with React until they have a problem, does starting with Tailwind make sense? This is a great question, and a lot of people are asking it, and I'm excited to dive into this discussion. But first, a quick word from our sponsor. Let's dive in. This ended up on my plate because of a back and forth between Tamagui, which is a component library for React and React Native, getting into some beef with Guillermo, the CEO of Vercel. We've been forcing CSS and JS for a while now, and we're a lot faster, and we're fully typed. If you don't know that, it's only because Guillermo has invested a lot in pushing that narrative so we can sell server components and TurboPack. If I didn't know as much inside baseball as I did, I would also assume that what Nate is tweeting here is satire, because it is pretty absurd. But yeah, and the threat to leak internal chat, like, no. CSS and JS had a lot of reasons it was bad, and server rendering is one of the many. But Guillermo wasn't investing in Tailwind to take over the world. He used it because it made sense for the things he was doing, and more people have been investigating it for those same reasons. I like how he puts it here. The entire web ecosystem is standardizing on Tailwind. That's why every AI tool leans on it, per the quoted tweet. If anything, I was personally late to it until it clicked for me. I'm in a similar boat. Actually, I guess people think now that I was early to Tailwind. At the time, I felt very, very late to Tailwind. Very late. The entire web ecosystem is a bit of a reach, but I am regularly surprised how far Tailwind has gone. When I'm hanging out in the Elixir community, which has Phoenix, or even the Ruby community with Rails, they're all using Tailwind now. Laravel's using it now. I am surprised at how deep the adoption is in the PHP world. So many different ecosystems are adopting Tailwind to a level I never would have expected. Even the Tailwind library for React Native, which was a community project, resulted in that community member being hired full-time at Expo to make React Native or even the React Native Tailwind bindings that a community member was making resulted in them getting hired at Expo to work almost full-time on making the best possible Tailwind experience in React Native. The project's called NativeWind, by the way. Shout out to Gabriel for catching that for me. Even Resend makes it work with email, which is dope. Naman is a very, very useful person to have here, by the way. If y'all aren't already familiar with Naman, he's the creator of StyleX, which is... StyleX is the solid.js. Or if Tailwind is React, StyleX is solid.js. It is the result of knowing so deeply how every single thing works that you make the perfect solution, knowing that the DX can't be quite as good, in favor of making the absolute best path. And we'll be referencing that a lot throughout this because it is essential to understanding this weird beef. Did you know that CSS and JS has more NPM downloads than Tailwind? That AI tools can output great Tamagui code, and Vercel spends money on Tailwind starting many years ago. They wanted old CSS and JS libs out because they're bad on RSC and to avoid a plugin system for TurboPack too early. TurboPack didn't support Tailwind initially either, to be clear. They're not sending a whole bunch of money. This is a dumb one. That was every time Tamagui tweets, it's a little much. This is funny. Banger. Not as relevant for this, but very good. I even replied. Classic. Yeah, this is like borderline conspiratorial. Absurd. The replies here are also interesting. To be fair, they also just invest in web tech, and Tailwind is popular. As always, there's many reasons. We don't just appreciate the many, many times that they've put out that CSS and JS is dead, because that's completely false. Panda, StyleX, Tamagui, ParkUI, Vanilla Extract, the new generation rocks. I do agree that a lot of these new solutions are quite good. I'm iffy on Panda because I think it offers way too many options, and too many options is just as bad as too few. I don't like UI libraries for a bunch of reasons that I've described in the past. StyleX is very promising, and I could absolutely see use cases where I'd go all in on it. And Vanilla Extract is incredible for the cool shit it invented, and I fucking love Mark Dalgish for creating what he created there. Guillermo hopped back in, though. The very first approach to CSS that we tried was CSS and JS. Next CSS, which shipped Glamour, which was by 3.1. Sunil, another legend. Tailwind is a great default because it's performant. It composes excellently. It fixes a lot of CSS gotchas, like declaration order side effects, and it's very popular in the ecosystem. I didn't push for Tailwind, contrary to your statements. I actually came around to it. I think it's a great project, and I'm always open-minded to alternatives. I want to highlight these points here because I don't think they get enough appreciation. Excalibur it is. I'm going to go mock this up. And we'll break these out. Okay. I want to talk about these benefits because I don't think they get enough love. When you look at a code base that is writing either CSS and JS or traditional CSS, the amount of classes that exist is often quite absurd. And those classes have lines of CSS being rewritten over and over. I know when people look at the Tailwind, I know when people look at an HTML page that's using Tailwind, they get really upset because they see all of these like div class equals flex call, gap 4, and they're so mad that this is so much more stuff to ship in the HTML. But there's two important pieces to consider here. Point one is that the flex class in the actual CSS is one line of actual CSS that is now being reused. And instead of having to rewrite some class name, display flex over and over again in your CSS file, where this string of display : flex has to be repeated a whole bunch, you're just repeating flex, the 4 characters. It's in the HTML, not in the CSS, but that is quite beneficial for a handful of reasons. The most important one being, especially if you use the Tailwind, the most important one here is minification, which is particularly great, especially if you are using the Tailwind prettier sort. Because if you do flex call 1,000 times on a page, probably not doing it that much, but let's say you're doing it 100 times on a page, this set of characters, flex space flex call, occurs a whole bunch in your app. Now, when you minify it, the number of tokens it takes to minify this string is significantly shorter than it would be to minify this a significantly larger number of times. The fact that you can minify this much data that quickly, also if we did display flex direction or flex direction column gap, think that 4 is 1 rem, right? Roughly. Cool. Doing this in multiple classes sucks. And if you were to name this properly, like flex call gap 1 rem, and apply this to all the places that need it, you're reinventing a worse Tailwind. And I find this a lot, that if you're trying to optimize your CSS bundles and your HTML so they can both minify well and be performant, you end up rewriting Tailwind in a worse way. And I know so many great developers who have inadvertently reinvented a huge portion of Tailwind in pursuit of the performance wins that come with Tailwind. So know that going in. Compose as well is admittedly a thing that has... Compose as well is admittedly a bit more controversial. Naman's already said that it composes okay. The gotchas here are that different states aren't handled great. If you want to change the background color of a button based on some state from above it, you have to do that with something like Tailwind Merge or something like the class name variance plugins like CLSX. Or in order to toggle the classes and the behaviors on a component outside of CSS things like focus, you have to swap the actual class names on the element or use CSS variables. Apparently, Tailwind v4 makes this a lot easier with variables, but at this moment in time, it kind of sucks. And that's why we have class names, CLSX, class variance authority, Tailwind merge, and all of these tools in order to make it so we can dynamically apply the right Tailwind at the right time. But the reason we need those, or one of the reasons we need those things is actually one of the cool benefits of Tailwind. An example I've given a whole bunch in videos, and I don't have it available immediately, is if we have two CSS classes, we'll call them A and B. A has background color blue, and B has background color red. If I now have a div with class name, or if I have a div with class A, B, the background of this is obviously going to be red because it comes second. But if you swap this, it's still going to be red because the order the CSS is declared takes precedence over the order the class names are applied in. These things make Tailwind quite nice, especially if you're using that sort plugin, because you're guaranteed that the order of the classes is the same as the order they appear in the CSS, which removes a whole class of bugs that I fought quite often at Twitch. Because if the CSS files loaded in different orders in dev and prod, which is very common depending on how you're doing your bundling, CSS might end up looking different and your app might behave differently in dev and prod, or depending on what order things come in, or depending on what region you're in and how the CSS gets sideloaded. Like, it's not hard to run into bugs with this that kind of suck. And Tailwind has removed that. There is one other benefit that I don't think is in this list that really should be. No more naming shit. The regularity at which you have to come up with names for things is a huge burden to engineering. There's a common joke. The two hard problems in programming are caching, naming things, and off-by-one errors. Great joke, but it does have important meaning here. Naming stuff constantly sucks. And we've invented all these crazy paradigms like block. We've created all these weird paradigms like BEM, block element modifier, if I recall, to try and make naming these things manageable. What if you just didn't have to? It's a huge win, huge benefit. So these things have resulted in Tailwind becoming a default. And I would argue these things have resulted in Tailwind being a good default, potentially even better than vanilla CSS, because it removes a bunch of types of friction that you will likely run into if you do things yourself. Different solutions might be better in certain ways, but Tailwind is a really solid, like 90% of the way there solution for all of these things. But if you need to go harder on composition, if you need to build a really detailed component library, if you have a naming system that you're sticking to across all of your applications, if you have lint rules making sure your CSS is ordered correctly, or you have JS that's running to handle all this shit for you, you might not benefit from these things as much. And that's why some of these other solutions are really interesting, which is why we're going to talk about them. First, I want to call out Sunil's reply here because, again, Sunil created Glamour, which is one of the first big CSS and JS solutions that a lot of other things were built on top of. He replied here, I'm extremely proud of Glamour, doubly so. I'm extremely proud of Glamour, doubly so, because Next picked it when it did. I'm extremely proud of Glamour, doubly so, because Next picked it God damn it, I can't read it all today. I'm extremely proud of Glamour, doubly so, because Next picked it when it did. But I now use Tailwind and recommend it. It solves the social problem extremely well, and that's kind of mostly what matters when working with other people, just like components in UIs. Banger. Naman showed up, though. I see people being very divided on Tailwind. They either love it or hate it. Their view on CSS and JS is similarly divided, but generally more tempered. I don't think we've quite solved the social problem yet. Naman, you know I agree with you on almost everything. I hard disagree on this. The difference being the amount of time people have spent in the solutions. You're probably the single person I know with the most Tailwind experience that didn't end up coming around to it all the way. But that's why I'm comparing you to somebody like Ryan Carniato. Ryan Carniato is probably the single person who understands React the best and still doesn't use it because he understands it so well that all he can see is those edge cases that drive him mad, and he goes all in on his solution solid. You're building at a scale at Meta that most people have never even comprehended, and Tailwind doesn't work at that level, and all you can see is that. And then there is the haters. And from my experience, the majority of Tailwind haters are people who might become a Tailwind user and might become a Tailwind lover. They just haven't used it enough. I know that because I was a Tailwind hater. I really didn't like it until I started using it on a project someone else had spun up. And over a week or so, started liking it a little bit, and then came around and ended up loving it. Where with CSS and JS, I used it for 5 years, and I don't like it. I know I don't like it. And that's the difference that I think is important to consider here, is that Tailwind haters can be relatively quick to transition to Tailwind lover. CSS and JS haters and skeptics, although not as strong with their opinions are formed from the fires of dealing with this shit. And a big part of why Tailwind lovers love it so much is because they started from a position of hate. This is something I learned from music. My favorite music is stuff that I did not like when I first heard it. And then years later, I learned this position in myself from music. My favorite music is stuff that I did not initially like, but weeks, months, sometimes even years later, I came around to. And if you start from somewhere of dislike, especially somewhere of hate, which comes from something looking so wrong and unfamiliar, and then you come around to it, your emotional investment will be much stronger. Where with CSS and JS, you might start neutral, positive, neutral, negative, but the likelihood you have a strong reaction when you first see it is quite a bit lower. And then as you use it, the likelihood your strong reaction flips is also much lower. But again, I think Tailwind does a really good job of working well for people who don't care as much. You just have to get through that initial, what the fuck am I looking at moment. Also, for what it's worth, lots of agreement here between everyone. I want to push back on the narrative that Vercel has a hand in Tailwind's success. Got a metric ton of hate, despite which it's succeeding on merit. Also, apparently Sunil got death threats for glamour. I hate this space sometimes. Why are we here? Anyways, where is the quote tweet that got us all here? And here is the tweet that gave me the title and the decision to make this video. From StyleXJS, which as far as I know is a Twitter account just run by Naman. Tailwind is often seen as the default these days, and a lot of people love it. Despite that, Next still ships with CSS modules by default, and the team has been nothing but supportive to us. Guillermo is allowed to have his own opinions. Our job is to change them. And this is what I love about Naman and their approach with StyleX. They understand that Tailwind has become, to many, especially those willing to adopt new things, the default. That doesn't mean it's perfect for everyone. That doesn't mean it doesn't have flaws. That doesn't mean everyone's already using it. It means that people who are on tech Twitter, who watch videos like this one, are leaning towards Tailwind for the next thing they build, because it's a really good starting point and a pretty solid default, the same way something like React is. It doesn't mean the other solutions are bad. It doesn't mean that the people who like Tailwind are biased. It means that it has established itself as a good enough pattern for most people most of the time. But that doesn't mean StyleX is bad or it shouldn't exist. It means that they have to work harder to meet the expectations of Tailwind users and exceed them by doing really cool shit. Guillermo came in here too. I also like StyleX. My bias is towards one solution. Guillermo replied as well here. I also like StyleX. My bias is towards, first, solutions that help CSS scale without conflicts, aka composition, which you have in spades. Absolutely. By the way, check out my StyleX videos if you haven't. Wild. And two, solutions that make devs productive and happy. Tailwind checks these two boxes for me today. A nice to have would also be three, solutions that work seamlessly in React Native. Do React Strict DOM and Native Wind meet this requirement? Not yet, but in the near future, they absolutely could. But this is all very fair points. If your goal is to have something that scales without massive issues and makes devs productive and happy, Tailwind is a really good solution. And a big part of what Tailwind has done is it's allowed people like me to not change style solutions every 6 months. Like, it's been a meme for how long that web devs are swapping what they use all the time. Tailwind has been how I've done styles since 2020. I'm 4 years in to not changing the way I do styles. There are things around Tailwind that have changed how I do. Like, I went from rolling my own stuff with CLSX to trying out Tailwind Merge and CVA to leaning on ShadCN UI. But Tailwind as the core piece has not shifted. Before Tailwind, I was playing with other things all the time. And Tailwind was the first solution that was good enough on all the different verticals that I cared about for me to stop doing this all the time. And React is somewhat similar too. There's a lot of tools around React that have swapped around a whole bunch. But React was the first time I had a solution for building UIs in the browser that solved my problems well enough that I stopped reaching for other solutions all the time. And that's what a good default is. A good default isn't a thing that solves everyone's problems perfectly. A good default is something that meets your needs well enough that you can lean on it for most things and not get bit. And CSS has some teeth, so you gotta be careful. And Tailwind is the abstraction that I have found fits the best within the component architecture model, which is how we build, without having to adopt a new paradigm entirely. I have quite enjoyed my time with Tailwind, but I also love the stuff that Silex is doing. And if you want a healthy dose of skepticism around Tailwind, or you see what they're doing in Tailwind and don't think it's right for you, there's a very, very high chance that thinking in Stylex is going to be the thing that clicks for you. Hell, even I have some skepticism around Tailwind after reading this and talking to them on as much as I have. Quickly hang out and chat for a sec to see if I've missed anything. I mean, most DevRels don't use other JS libraries or hosting providers in most of their examples. Hell, most of them are still in just JavaScript or just TypeScript. Tamagui is absolutely a UI kit. Okay, I guess it's also these other things, but like the Tamagui UI kit is what it was for a long time. Look at that. This is a UI kit. It's cool as other things too, but I'm not here to advertise that. Oh, great meme. I love this meme. Get that out of my face, chomp. Get out of my face, chomp. And then you fall in love once you actually have some bites. Tailwind adoption. Yep. And that's why we're annoying about it. Good meme. This is a fair point too. I kind of want to go back to the proper tweet for it. We can go back far enough. I think it was this tweet that I said it at. Cool. So FaZe cut this part back to when I was talking about Laravel and all the other things. It's worth noting that Tailwind's success in the Laravel and Vue communities were a huge part of why it blew up. Like, to this day, Tailwind's websites and such are running on PHP on VPSs, not on Vercel, on Next.js, and serverless. They do provide some examples with Next.js, but the team building, or they do provide some Next.js examples here and there, but the team building Tailwind and the Tailwind community as a whole is not a React thing. It works great with React, but its early success largely came from Vue and Laravel, and then eventually Elixir Phoenix and Rails and all these other places. React caught on to Tailwind kind of late when you look at the whole timeline. Yeah. That's another good point, Giannis. People forget how scary it is to delete or change classes in their code bases. Oh, is the Tailwind CSS site on Vercel? That's a change. I did not know that. Tailwind UI is absolutely not. It runs on a VPS. Yeah, it's been so long. God damn it, Jacob. I think I covered everything I need to for this one. Oh, the React strict DOM is worth calling out. Yeah. One more fun call out on the StyleX side. Naman's been working on a tool to compile Tailwind to StyleX, because I think that if you like the DX, you should be able to use it and get the benefits of StyleX. Because StyleX has a ton of benefits. It is really, really cool. Check out my video covering it if you haven't already. But one of the cool things it does is effectively the way React strict DOM works, which is allowing you to use a subset of the DOM that works in both native and on the web. It lets you write your styles in a way that work everywhere universally by default, which is dope. Naman just linked the GitHub repo where he's working on Tailwind to StyleX, which kind of makes my point earlier, and again, the point of this video. Tailwind's a really good default, because if in the future Tailwind isn't optimal for your giant code base, but you were using it up until that point, Naman's putting the work in so that you can use the better solution starting from Tailwind still. So there's absolutely a future where Tailwind is still the right starting point, even if where you get to it isn't the right place, using tools like this to get you there. And since the Tailwind syntax is so consistent for the most part, this is really promising. There are some inconsistencies in the Tailwind syntax that are very interesting. In fact, Naman gave me, I think it was his 3 things that Tailwind does wrong. And if you want to see that in a video, let me know, because I am more than excited to bash Tailwind for the actual small handful of flaws that it has. But that's for another time. And until that time, peace, nerds. Kill. When we're done. What is this? ALRX? Are you talking about? I have no idea how much money, what you're talking about there. Yeah, let me make sure I have the things Tailwind did wrong in my list here. I know I put it in here somewhere. I have so many Tailwind things. I wrote it in here during React Conf. Fuck. That's the archived version. I almost want to delete that so it stops coming up in search. Fuck. Was it React Miami? Yeah, I know I wrote these somewhere, but I can't find it, so I'm rewriting it. I know one is all classes should have prefixes instead of flex, deflex, or something like that. Makes parsing with shit like Tailwind merge much faster. One is the standard, like pixel versus rem. I forgot the specific thing about it. I think it was padding should be rem, right? sources rem. Everything other than font size should be px. You don't want your padding scaling on font size. Did you have a third one? Or was it just these two? I think it might have just been these two. Oh, these are the two that they could fix. I like that there are ones that they can fix and can't fix, though. And if you have the third one that they can't fix, I'll love to sneak it into the list. Merging strings is always going to be slower than merging objects. Just need to get your Twitter in here so I can sneak that in. Yeah, rem scales on the root font size. Shipping styles in a library with Tailwind is not ideal. Yeah. Yeah. Did I get that screenshot right? Cool. Thank you for grabbing this message, copy paste. I already have this in my planning here. That's like the link on the JSSugar thing is that. I'm just moving this down because we're not doing that. Oh no, web components don't work. We're not doing for a minute, but Tailwind motion I wanted to move down. There we go. Yeah, this is the same link I have as the start of the JSSugar thing. This is coming from what's it called? Franker Face or BTTV, almost certainly. Make sure I read the original slides for that topic. Yeah. Are they linked in one of these? This will be fun. Gonna quickly check my DMs one last time to see if I got a notes dump. I did not. Okay. We're gonna wait a little bit longer on JSSugar because I am hoping that my inside source might have a moment. I'm not expecting it, but I'm gonna wait to do that one last just in case he does. I thank all the subs I missed while I was doing all that. Oh shit, I missed a whole hype train. Caught up to level 5. Good work, guys. Thank you all. Thank you, Atlas C Music, for the Prime. Thank you, Thor Junior 5 for hitting 15 months. You want to build something with live blocks, but you're not sure what to build with it yet. I feel that. It's hard for me to find or it's hard for me to find good use cases for WebSockets pretty often. Yeah, the source was flying to Japan. So, yeah. Time in Japan. Hopefully we'll hear back soon. Sounds hot from CJA. Thanks for stopping by. 28 months. Jesus Christ, y'all been around for too long. We got MG Twitch at the 15 months too. Yeah, my studio is not as big as it might seem. Part of why it gets so disgustingly hot. It must be insane out for it to be this insane inside right now. How bad is it outside right now? It is 84 up to 91 today. It is October. It was not this hot during the summer. Yeah, the ports extension for Raycast is so good. Oh yeah, thank you. Is there a way to get out of presentation mode on it? That's the same one, right? Yeah, the URL is too similar. It's the same. Cool. SVGL is a lifesaver for me. You could search logos for shit like Next.js and get the SVG for Next. It's been having some problems because of the like Vercel rate limiter thing in front of it. Okay, cool, it's working again. Don't know why I was being so weird. But from here, like you can just grab or search for logos for random things and press enter. And now you have an SVG on your clipboard. Lifesaver for me. I also miss code in life. I have been far too fucking busy at this point. It's kind of insane how busy I have been. Yeah. Sorry you've been waiting some. Just waiting to get more information from a trusted source. If I don't hear back in the next 2-ish hours, we'll just do it. But when I have one of the smartest people in the JavaScript world who wanted to give me a heads up before this all went public and has thoughts prepared for me, I'd like to wait till he has access to Wi-Fi. Let's do the controlled inputs. Then we'll do Tailwind Motion. See if we can squeeze out GitHub spam. And then hopefully we'll have JSSugar. I do really need to do this. Tool annoyed me today too, though. Fuck. Can we gun out 5 videos in this city? Like, it's already 4 hours in. Can we get another 5 videos in the next 4 hours? One way to find out. Let's do it. Yeah, I should sneak glide in. This is not the same glide. Refine has a blog post on it. Interesting. Refine is awesome. I'm an investor. I chatted with them yesterday. It came up in here when I typed in Tailwind. Glaze. Is that what you're thinking of? Yeah. I found it. It was Glaze. Look at my skills. I'm the researcher now. Cool. Let's do React Native controlled inputs. because I haven't used it yet. I should try it, but haven't had a chance to play with it, so I don't have any thoughts. For the intro, I think it's another just reading the tweet one. I think React Native should discourage using controlled inputs because they are currently deeply broken and I have no confidence they will ever get fixed. Proposal PR. Oh boy. You know it's a big one when Oh boy. You know it's going to be a big one when Darren Abramov brings back his Twitter account to talk crap on the framework that he is most associated with. If you haven't kept up with what Dan's been doing lately, he works on Blue Sky, which is, funny enough, a competitor to Twitter. But as such, he's deep in mobile development. He has been living in React Native, and his whole perspective on React has been shifting over the last 2 years as he has gotten deeper and deeper in the weeds of building applications. And what's fun with this issue is it kind of confirms the thing everyone loves to complain about with React Native, which is that it lets you build really shitty apps. We have to talk about this. Both what is wrong, how wrong is it, and how can we fix it? But before we can do that, let's quickly hear from our sponsor. No better place in the world than a pull request, right? Discourage using controlled inputs in React Native because they are broken. If you're not familiar with what a controlled input is, the TLDR is it's the logic code, in this case, the JavaScript code, tells the UI what goes in the input. So instead of the input having text in it and React reads the text from the input, you would have the input as the state in React, and you would update the actual UI field when they type. The real common example, let's stack blitz it up. You know, I'm going to retake the whole transition. Yeah. Before we can talk about this, it's important to understand controlled inputs. We're going to write a quick React app in 2 different ways. I changed my mind on the stack blitz thing, so I know, because Vite's not going to have... I normally do Vite for these things, but it doesn't have Tailwind set up, and Tailwind makes my life for these demos so much easier, so I guess we're using Next. Delete all the contents here. Cool. Let's redo the cut to it. In order to understand what's going on here, it's important to understand the difference between controlled and uncontrolled inputs. I just whipped up a quick demo to show the difference. Here we have a controlled input. Here we have a controlled input. We have the input, type is text, value is the value, which is a variable here, and we have an on change where we update the value in React before we render the change. This is fine if your app is simple enough. So if we go to localhost and take a look at these inputs, I am typing and you can't see it because we're in dark mode, LOL. Okay, let's fix the font color quick. Text black. Cool, now you can see it. And as I type, everything's fine. Where things can get bad is if we block, or if this is slow, or if anything causes this value to not get there faster. Let's give an example. Function block 4. And this by default is going to be a promise, but we don't want this to be a promise. We want this to use a while loop to block main thread. And now if we call this for 100 milliseconds, and I type fast enough, we get those wonderful laggy keys. Isn't this great? The whole thing just froze. So I'm going to type the quick brown dog. Wonderful. We love it. And if the way that your update layer is triggered is inconsistent enough, this will feel terrible. But it doesn't really matter if we put something like this in the uncontrolled input. I can type totally fine, even though this component is really slow. The reason is the actual contents of this input are not determined by React or my JavaScript code. They're determined by the browser in the input field itself. If I want to get the content of this, like let's say we want to use this for a submission of some form. We have like a button on click equals, let's alert text. With the example above with this button, I'll move this up here. With the example above here, this is pretty easy to do. I need to wrap this with a div quick. Div. Cool. With the example above, it's pretty easy because we have the value in JavaScript already. So when I click the button, quick brown dog works as expected. I also just realized that the text color sucks for everything other than the input, so we're going to move that. Cool. There we go. So this is slow. It's still slow, but when I alert, it's really easy to get the text. When you have an uncontrolled input, you have to get the text when you want it, instead of it just always being there because it is owned by React. The state here is owned by the browser, not by React. That's why it's uncontrolled, because React isn't controlling what the input has in it. The input's controlling itself, and we have to grab from it. So we would do that by calling input ref.current.value. And now this is fast AF, and alert works, but we have to pull the data out from the form instead of the classic on change, update the value. This is bad, but it can work if your app is fast enough, and most apps probably are. And I'm sure everyone here that is writing React has written this code before. I've even written code like it in the last few weeks. Doesn't mean it's good. Historically, we've recommended using libraries that handle this for you, like React Hook Form. React Hook Form is an uncontrolled input manager that allows you to pull the updated state after all of the things have been done, so the state lives inside of the input still, or inside of the form, and you can pull it out when you're ready. Or you can just have it update with a debounce. This is the right way to do things. It's funny, they're even giving the example here of a mobile site with a simulator, but you can also use it with React Native. And generally speaking, you should probably use something like React Hook Form if you have user-controlled inputs. And here is where we get to Dan's issues. The pull request makes this quite clear. Discourage using controlled inputs in React Native because they are broken. You know it's a banger when Dan Abramov's pull request starts with the type, or you know it's a banger when Dan Abramov's pull request starts with the text, "I don't know what else to do." Basic controlled text editing is broken in React Native. Here's his example. It's basically the exact same thing I just wrote. Value, set value is use state. Text input, placeholder edit me, on change, set value to the new text, value is value. This seems like the most innocent code in the world. Mine is using let instead of const. I don't know when that happened to him. Yeah. Anyways, simplest code in the world. This should be totally fine. But it's not. If you type at even somewhat reasonably fast speed, do you see that? I've had that happen in so many apps where I'm typing and the cursor gets moved to before the text. Another one I have that's similar is my autocomplete will recommend like 2 words where I've typed the first word and I press it. If the app's implemented correctly, it'll override the first word and replace it with the 2. But sometimes it'll just append the same word after it and then put the next word after. It's awful. And a lot of these happen from the logic code that was written, admittedly often React Native, but not just React Native. I've seen this in native apps too, where the control of that input is owned by something that isn't the operating system or the browser, and it does the wrong thing when using the keyboard in certain ways. This is really bad. The cursor should not lag behind typing because it causes incorrect user input. This is not a theoretical bug. We have it in production. It's embarrassing. Many kinds of bugs are tolerable, but this is a hello world example and it's broken. This is contributing to the perception that React Native is incapable of producing high-quality native apps. I haven't figured out a way to convince the team to prioritize this, so maybe it should just be deprecated. Why put it in the docs? We need to rip out all controlled inputs from the app, and I think other teams using React Native or choosing to adopt it should be aware of this issue. We previously reported it back in April. It's not a fun thing to discover when you already have a lot of existing code. It's much better to know early. And this is far from the only bug related to controlled inputs. Here's another one I just ran into today. This is actually what pushed me over the line to file this issue. The typical workaround is to use default value and avoid controlled inputs completely. It should be a recommendation if this cannot get prioritized. I know there's been a focus on the team on getting things fixed with the new architecture, and that's understandable. However, it's still broken in the new architecture. Here's when using Fabric, and it still happens. I want to see this other bug that he mentioned. Multi-line controlled inputs enter an infinite loop on IO. God damn it. This code enters an infinite loop. App equals render outlet set outlet use state outlet child. The child is a text input, and we're portaling it to the outlet. Multi-line on changes, yada yada. The outlet is a memoized outlet. The portal's a memoized portal. If they remove the multi-line prop, it's fine. But with this, as it is, a multi-line input that's values controlled by React, infinite loops, and fails. Terrifying. They have an example here. Oh, look at that. You're typing and it just, oh God. What is this, Flutter? We're better than this. I know it takes a lot to develop the framework, and this issue may simply not be enough of a priority, but I think it's important to communicate honestly when one of the most fundamental features is broken at the hello world level. Hence, this PR. Thanks for consideration. I want to see the PR. Docs text input. The value field implementation is broken in many subtle ways and is not recommended for use. Until the bugs are fixed, we recommend sticking with default value and using uncontrolled inputs. C link is the comment here, which I think is a good idea. I think this is good. At the very least, this should be done ASAP. Ideally, the value prop would give a warning in your actual editor too for people who are doing this. That is, I knew it was bad. I did not know it was this absurdly bad. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've always been a React Hook form fan, but I didn't realize it was literally necessary to use this or something like it if you wanted to have an even somewhat functional app. Fuck. This straight up is the most skeptical and concerned I've ever been about React Native. I know people on the team are watching. The people on the team know how much I love and respect them and all of the hard work they've done. This is one of those rare opportunities that y'all have to jump on something hard, make it really high priority, and over time, this will help the whole ecosystem be more successful. And I totally agree with Dan that these types of things are massive contributions to this weird perception that React Native is bad or slow. The reality is that React Native uses native. And if you lean into the native platform with React Native, it is just a simpler way to build native interfaces. But the problem with the controlled inputs is that you're no longer using the native part. The input is native. The value is not. And if you have to leave the native layer to type, that is not a good thing. I don't care how optimized they get their JavaScript. Having to leave native to do the inputs is bad, and they should never, ever, ever recommend it. I want to check the React Native docs quick. Handling text input. No. The handling text input on the basics isn't... I am upset. I am in pain. I hate that I'm giving points to Flutter. But I am. Very begrudgingly, I am. I feel sick. Apparently, we have now heard from Joe Savona that this doesn't live up to their standards and they'll be looking into it ASAP. That is very good news. Also, this thread's full of gems. Tomo would get this prioritized. I absolutely agree. Tomo is the glue that held together the original React team. I don't know how to write this in a non-mean way, but inputs must not drop keystrokes or lose caret position. Not in the common case. It's easy to lose sight of something like this with multi-year projects, but this stuff doesn't matter if you can't trust the framework with the basics. Absolutely agree. And I would argue it's something that React historically has done really well, that the default way to use React is usually, for the most part, setting you up for success. The exception being use effect, but we've all been there. Getting these things right is a matter of pride for the React project I know and remember. This is not Flutter. This is an exception, or this is an expectation of baseline levels of platform fidelity. Even if this doesn't reproduce super often on device, it is a big no-no. I feel silly pointing to this with, this is important, right? Right? But like, I don't know. Someone has to do it. We used to care about the baseline. React Native at Meta is far from fighting for survival anymore. Surely the more ambitious stuff can be put aside for a few weeks. This would be a few days to fix, at the very least to just mark it as deprecated or the wrong way. If it's really completely unfixable in both paper and fabric, or if no one is willing to spend a couple of weeks deeply investigating the code, or if the team is just too scared to touch the existing text input code, surely control inputs can be explicitly warned against. Yeah, absolutely. That said, the default Expo React Native template was like forgetting to run the ESLint rules of hooks and stuff. It seems like the focus with React Native has been making these giant React Native projects more maintainable, where React's focus is still on everything, be it big companies or getting started. React Native's getting started story hasn't really been owned by the React team for a while. It's kind of been punted to Expo, who are underwater deep on everything from infra to native debugging stuff to deployment platforms to fighting Apple and Google's policies. They don't have time to make sure the right lint rules are being applied on an app by default when most of the apps they're using have been built for 5+ years. Very important points. And that said, the focus needs to be there. Like, someone's job on the React Native team should be making sure the onboarding path and getting started stays really, really good. And that sounds insane to have a person whose job is just keeping the happy path happy for getting started, but I think React Native deserves that level of focus. I can empathize with 100 different excuses, and I feel for the team, but like, hey, inputs are broken. The most basic example, this should be a sev with like a severity, like a severe issue that's being treated seriously. I come from Amazon, this would be called a sev 1 or a sev 0, and it should be that. Losing user inputs, and yes, cursor glitches cause lost user inputs, is a bad bug, and we have it here at the framework level. React Native is supposed to faithfully wrap native components. It should not degrade their default behavior. If this is not a priority, then maybe these sentences need to be edited. I'm sure there are reasons why it isn't a priority, but it doesn't change the outcome. I think this should be a sev, both because the actual behavior and the fact that it has not been prioritized are severe issues. Again, I'm sure that there are reasons why it hasn't been, but I think it is genuinely worth spending some time reflecting on original project ethos and whether it's still relevant. P.S. I like React Native a lot. It's been great to use, and the team is doing a lot of great work. If there's something to suggest here, from my perspective, is to establish some baseline where native control should not degrade platform UX in common cases, and treat that as a high-severity issue. Absolutely agree. I've missed Spicy Dan. It's been a while since we got a Spicy Dan rant like this, and I'm more than happy to cover it for y'all. Let me know what you guys think. Hopefully they'll get this fixed. Keep an eye out on the pinned comment to see if they have. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more down. Spicy Theo is like the default. So it already applied all the time. Yep. Cool. Got that one done. Let me once again go check to see if I have any DMs from the people I am waiting for. Nada. Nothing too important there. Sorry, just clearing out all my tabs. Oh. Um. If this wasn't passing value, I wouldn't think it mattered, but it is, so I think it does. Fuck. Ugh. Face, think the same when I'm talking about React Hook Form. I just got some bad news. It looks like even React Hook Form might have this problem. I haven't confirmed this yet. And once again, look for pinned comments to see if there's more information that has been discovered or not. But it looks like the way of using React Hook Form with React Native is to use it with a controller. And the controller has a render function that still passes the value to the text input. It is possible they are doing some magic to bind this on a layer where it is not overriding the actual text input that you're getting. But I find that really hard to believe. My gut feel looking at this is that the exact same issue will exist. I could very well be wrong, but it seems like this is just the case, and that is terrifying to me. Yep. Rip. I'm not spinning up a React Native project right now to do this one, to test it. I didn't know that TanStack form had React Native support. But it seems like, yeah, it has the same issue. Wonderful. Joy. TanStack forms controlled only. Oh. At least it uses signals, which helps, but still, God. It's fine-grained, which is fine in the browser, but you have to consider that like we are bridging a gap between the native input layer and your JavaScript on every keystroke now. That sucks ass no matter how good your JavaScript code is. Signals would not make a difference on React Native. It would make a difference for React Web in that you wouldn't have to re-render the components and eat any slow render costs per keystroke, but you would still have to eat the bridge between native and React Native, which sucks no matter how fucking good your JS is. They've done a lot to reduce that overhead, but not enough. As far as I understand, yes, a masked input would have to be done natively. Pain. I'm ready to go on this one. Oh yeah, this was a fucking mess. Blind stepped in on that, thankfully. Oh shit. Nuts, Shane. Really good to hear. Time to talk about GitHub spam. intro is just me talking over this tweet. When I saw this tweet from Antonio, my gut feel was immediately, please tell me this is faked. I've talked about spam on GitHub before, and when I previously did it, people didn't seem to care. As such, I don't know how well this video will perform, but honestly, I don't care. This is an important thing to talk about, and I don't think GitHub is prepared to deal with it. I'm really excited to go into the reasons why, the severity of the problem, how GitHub spam detection stuff works, and why you should care. Before we can do that, we should quickly hear from our sponsor. Cool. So how do we get here? It's been a weird journey. The first important point to understand is that whether or not they want to admit it, GitHub is a social network now. GitHub might seem like a place for employees to trade code, but it has gone much further than that. As soon as the idea of a public repo was introduced, which has been there since day one, GitHub became a social platform, especially once things like issues and pull requests were added, where anyone could file anything. When you think about it, when you compare GitHub to other platforms like Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, or anywhere else, it's kind of crazy that there are none of the moderation tools that exist. For a quick bit of context, I spent a lot of time at Twitch working on safety tools. Everything from the mod tools people use to keep chat at bay to the automation and moderation systems that go out of their way to keep Twitch a safe place. And there's a lot of things that had to be built in order for that to work. Because at the scale of Twitch, there's a lot of people trying to abuse the system. So the whole system was built with the presumption that that type of abuse can and often will happen. This includes things like zero permission by default. When someone signs up for a brand new account on Twitch and doesn't have anything verifying who they are, maybe they went and clicked the link in the verify email but haven't done anything else like a phone number or spent money or any of the other indicators that make it clear that this person is real. They also use things like good CAPTCHAs when users are signing up and IP detection and lots of these other things that are really important when building a platform that anyone can do anything on. And GitHub has almost none of this. GitHub has blindly assumed that how do I put this transition? GitHub has gotten away with not having a spam problem for a long time. And that's not because they implemented things well. It's because the average GitHub user is, for the most part, smart enough that they won't fall for the types of scams that these spam bots are known for. If a random person on Twitch gets a DM promising them a free PS5, they might be young enough or dumb enough to accept it. If someone gets sent the same message on GitHub, they probably know how it was built and they're going to ignore it. But for a lot of reasons, the amount of people on GitHub has been going up fast. And as such, whenever the number of people goes up, the average intelligence of the people goes down. These things combined to an actual incentive for spammers to start throwing their bullshit at GitHub. And if the people were smart enough, this wouldn't matter, beyond the annoyance of the spam. Retake on that bit. The problem is, since GitHub never had this problem, they didn't build any of the necessary parts to deal with it. A GitHub issue cut by a longtime contributor has no precedence or priority over a GitHub contributor made on a nasty named random character account that got opened 30 seconds ago. The fact that a random account that is obviously spam and somebody who owns the repo and has contributed for decades don't have any difference in how the platform treats them is a fundamental failure that existed before the spam problem. The fact that there was no concept of a hierarchy or prioritization of the things coming through my GitHub based on how valuable the person is likely to be is a bad thing. And now that some of those people are literal spam bots, in the case of the Shadcn UI repo, lots of these weird porn spam bots, yeah, this matters now. And GitHub, it's time to man up. let's talk about what it would take to fix this, and also, of course, how severe it currently is. I want to actually go to the repo and see this. Oh, they all get deleted? That's good, at least. I have one piece of good news. It does appear that all of these issues were deleted. Progress. Is the account suspended, hopefully? Cool. Their account got suspended. That is some amount of progress. But the fact that this could happen in the first place, and that one user can cut hundreds of issues to the same repo, is horrifying, and it is a fundamental design failure in GitHub. What happened to the numbers? That's a good question. Maybe we can find things that way. Nope. They're dead. Fundamental failure number one. A random GitHub account that has no history on the platform can open hundreds of issues on the same GitHub repository. What the fuck? And this comes with a really fun problem too, which is that all of the tools that need to exist to ban a user from cutting issues or bulk delete all of the things that they did don't exist. In fact, there is no way to delete malicious issues or pull requests. You can close them, but you cannot delete them, and you cannot ban a user from being able to file frivolous bullshit in your repo. What? There is literally no moderation tooling whatsoever on GitHub. So a lot of projects are getting so much bullshit spam. An example that I cite a lot is Express.js. Because a crappy YouTuber tutorial person mentioned in a video and did a demo. Okay, apparently I was wrong about banning people from cutting issues. You can do that now, so that's a relief. How to ban users from making issues, GitHub. I want to learn more about this. Okay, I want to know when this got added. When did blocking users get added on GitHub? I thought that this was not added for much longer. Their issue assignments are removed. but their issues aren't closed. Okay. That's fun. Quick correction. You can block users from your organization now. That is cool, but it doesn't close their issues when you do. There is no concept of block and delete the history. What? How? It's like the most rudimentary shit. On my little 3-person safety team, we got all these things right at Twitch back in like 2017, 18. And most of them had been done even before then with just one person working on it from chat. I get that GitHub has historically been niche and nerdy enough to not have to care about these things, but it's gotten bad fast. And in the era of AI, where it's cheaper than ever to create all of this spam, it's more important than ever to have tools not only to prevent it, but to allow me as the maintainer to clean up the mess afterwards. It shouldn't require a viral tweet for all of these issues to not just be closed, but be deleted. Because if I block a user from my org, the issues are still there. And even if I go through and manually close them all, they are still there. We still have hundreds of issues that are covered with random spam nonsense. Another fun thing that somebody discovered is that the links were being added with an edit, which helps dodge some of the spam filters. This is absurd. Yeah. And this is still open. How long has this been open for? Yesterday. What? And there's just a bunch of these things. It seems like more than anything, they're trying to take advantage of SEO because GitHub's SEO is pretty good. So if you search free Penna versus Pennington live stream, this might come up. Even though it's a random GitHub thing, and I'm sure all of these are viruses. I'm sure all of these are nasty. Apparently this repo, Positron, is not monitoring their issues enough, and now they're getting spammed. It looks like all of these issues have accounts that have been banned, or like the username can't be rendered anymore. That's so weird that their usernames aren't even rendering in this view. Okay, it was just the weird person. Never mind. Like, all of these are from the same person. And it just goes on because GitHub doesn't make it easy enough to deal with it. And even if they ban the person, these will stay there. That's horrible. I did get some inside info from somebody in my chat when I was first talking about this. Tiny, I don't know if you're here or not, but very good detail. Some context on GitHub's way of handling these things. GitHub is mostly a list of manually curated rules and keywords by humans. They also have an AI, which is content-based classifier, which has different models like issue comment, gist comment, etc., as well as a poorly implemented Arcos Labs CAPTCHA. It seems like they just have these random hard-coded rules around that have been around for a while. My guess is the people who made it probably don't even work there anymore. The reality is that these things are easy to get around. It seems like one of the ways to get around it is to leave a comment without a link so they don't get hit by the spam bot checker, and then update it later because the edit doesn't get checked as aggressively. And these are the types of things that your platform needs to be built around doing right in order to do them right. And adding them retroactively is going to be hell, especially if your CAPTCHA system is bad. My push for, if I was at GitHub right now and I was running these things, the path forward feels relatively simple to me. A brand new GitHub account cannot leave comments or interact with other public things on GitHub until it has been used for long enough to appear and hit like a good state with whatever thing they're doing to test it. Until then, they can only contribute to their own things, or they get hit with really aggressive CAPTCHAs as they try to interact with other things. But if I just opened up a GitHub account, the reputation on that account should be garbage, and it should be treated as such. Until an account has been proven to bring value, or at the very least to be very likely to be a human, it should not have the same level of permission that a huge account does. Like, why does, if like the CEO of Vercel or Linus Torvalds himself cut an issue on my GitHub repo, they are just as likely to have it go through as a random account that was created that day with spammer bot number 27 as the username. They're just not doing the work to even kind of check. if these things are okay. Someone made a really good suggestion, which is to search site github.com leak on GitHub or on Google and do last 24 hours. Look at that. Even on Vercel's repo. Are you kidding? At least they have Vercel has people full time working on the issues for Next.js. And they still are up long enough to get indexed. What? This is insane. Look at how many of these there are, and on huge repos too. So many big GitHub accounts and big projects have just had to accept this and eat it as a cost of being on GitHub. What? How is this okay? The reality is that the maintainers of these things might seem like really big, famous people. They're not. The maintainers of these huge projects are quiet people without much reach. And they're just stuck dealing with it because GitHub's too lazy to do it. What the hell? The example I was going to give earlier before I got sidetracked is the current state of the Express.js repo. If we look at the closed tab here, most of them are going to be random developers adding their username to the README, not even their username, their personal name to the README, because a tutorial creator on YouTube showed that in the Express repo as an example of how to contribute to open source. And now, every single day, they get a random PR with a random person's name added, often multiple times a day. This sucks. Line number 6. At least that was a little funny, but it's so absurd that there's all of these update README PRs. If GitHub was a competent platform that was working to make lives easier for the maintainers, they would allow you to write a simple filter to auto-ban things like this. Like if I want to not deal with this on Twitch, it's pretty easy. Can I not add block terms here? I forgot the command for it, but I can do it here. I want to find the block terms view. I thought it used to be on the sidebar, but they changed. Oh, it's in this sidebar. No, it's not that sidebar. Fuck, where is it? It looks even more beautiful than it did when I left, but I was trying to figure out. Yeah. This is actually a great example of something that GitHub doesn't have. When people send inappropriate messages, chat is smart enough to not show it to everyone else. But if I hit allow or deny, I am giving a signal that it's okay for Twitch to do that thing. So here I can click allow, and now I've added permitted term, pussy ass bitches. But I could also add banned term, update readme MD. Is it not that? Shoot, I don't even know what the command is. I am sad that I don't know where they move these things to because I helped build this shit. This is the auto mod queue, maybe? Oh, the settings are here. Cool. Here we are. Cool. We take on this. So just for an example with Twitch, it is so easy to add permitted and block terms. You literally click here, paste the term, and you can have it blocked forever. Permitted terms is the same. And as we just saw in chat, if people send messages that the default settings on Twitch think might be inappropriate, it doesn't default to posting them. It defaults to hiding them so an actual person who runs the channel can approve it and allow it. So maybe, crazy thought, I don't know, I was going to joke and say I'm not an expert, but I'm at least further along than whoever the hell is making these decisions at GitHub. Maybe if there is a user who has not contributed anything yet to any other place on GitHub, maybe, just maybe, the issue shouldn't be public until someone approves. I know, crazy thoughts. Maybe the people who maintain the repo on GitHub know what they're doing. And maybe if you hide a potentially suspicious issue from the public until the repo maintainer hits accept, you just killed all of the incentive. Because you know what the incentive is? It's this. Is that you can be indexed on GitHub. Because the incentive is this. You can be indexed on Google. But if you have to be approved by a human before it is public, before it can be indexed, problem goes away immediately. All you have to do is kill the potential value add that the spammers have by doing the bullshit. And as soon as you kill that, life is much better. And I'm not saying auto hide every issue. If someone has multiple repos, they have contributed pull requests to other things, and their account has been around for a while, then let them comment on things. Let them leave issues. Let them default be fine, just like it is on Twitch. We have suspicious user monitoring. We even had one earlier. Don't know if we have any examples right now. But if somebody shows up who's never chatted before and they're on a brand new account, Twitch will flag it and say, hey, this user might be ban evading. They might be a spam bot, just so you know. By default, the message is hidden. But if you click approve, we'll let the message. It's so easy to build this. And it is amazing that they haven't even bothered yet. The concept, as people are saying in chat, the concept of a karma system is pretty universal. But on GitHub, as soon as you have an account, as soon as you verified the email, you are just as high status as somebody who literally built Linux. As far as GitHub cares, you are both the same. And that's just absurd. Like, what? How have they not even started to address it? Yeah. There's a lot GitHub could do. I could sit here and rant even more about the things they could do. But honestly, any one of them is enough to solve these problems. It's just time for them to sit down and do it. The issue is that if GitHub had provided the tools necessary for maintainers to fix this, cool, awesome. But right now, as a maintainer of a big repo, you are eating the cost of GitHub's refusal to implement these things. Either you are creating your own bots to do this for you, or you're by hand closing all of this bullshit. None of that is fair or acceptable. All of that is absolutely absurd. Even something as simple as banning a user from your org, not destroying the issues. Like, if someone spams my repo with 5,000 issues about some random leak that they're trying to get indexed on Google, and I ban them, and I go through and manually close them all, I still can't delete the issues. They're still going to be indexed on Google unless GitHub bans the account and purges all of the things they've done. It's absurd. It is one thing to not have good enough defaults. It is a whole different thing to not even start providing the tools that are necessary for good faith maintainers to maintain a good faith environment for their projects. This is just yet another one of those costs that you have to eat as a GitHub maintainer that is thankless and miserable. If you take anything from this video, it should be that GitHub open source maintainers deserve all the praise and ideally all the funding you can hand them in the world. They don't get open source maintenance is a thankless job, and bullshit like this just makes it worse. If I was GitHub, my top priority would be making sure these maintainers have as good of a time as possible and doing everything in my power to help them avoid burnout, making them look at 500 leak issues every day because somebody wants to spam for GitHub, or making them look at hundreds of these spam issues every day because somebody wants free SEO is not worth the one engineer a year's cost it would take to fix the shit. Get someone who knows what they're doing to sit down and fix this stuff. Because if it doesn't get fixed, I will actually move to the platform that beats you to it. I cannot in good faith recommend big open source maintainers use a platform that doesn't understand the very basics of safety and platform moderation. And GitHub, this is unacceptable. get this fixed. Until next time, don't spam people. I would probably go to the... Fuck, what's the name? Because of the P. Like the full new platform that like ex-GitHub people made. Forgot what it's called. Pierre, thank you. Yeah, I would consider Pierre. A bit about this. It won't perform, and it's too valuable of info to give out for free. Yeah, an important thing to... I have considered like the Theo course on doing content properly type thing, but the amount of work to go into that is just too high for me to care. There's like an equation I have to do in my head every time I want to cover something, which is how many people is this valuable to? How valuable is this to them? How exciting is this to them? And how excited am I to talk about this thing and make content about it? I have so many things that are like 9 out of 10 or higher in all of those categories that anything that's even like 6 out of 10 or lower in any of those categories is just hard for me to care about because there's so much other shit in my list that ranks much higher. If this didn't come at the cost of other initiatives, I would be down. But like the issue there is that there's a fixed amount of attention I have from the general world of people who pay attention to me. And if I was to dedicate any amount of like my limited access to your brains on a crowdfunding campaign for something that 1/20th of my audience cares about, not only am I wasting that time where I could be sharing something that applies to more of my audience, there are now people who are churning from my audience and are engaging with less of my content, even subconsciously, because they saw one thing that didn't fit for them. They scrolled past it, and now all the algorithms are going to show them less of my things. So unless I really, really, really want to cover the thing, it's really, really, really hard to justify. And it's not like, oh, I would do this video if only the algorithm wouldn't punish me for it. It's more that I know it won't reach, and the thought of putting additional effort in to balance it out is a really high cost. And balancing out that cost is most of my job. Drop that guy. Oh shit, congrats, Gabriel. Yeah, the USB-C DACs are dope, especially the like ones that Apple sells. It's a pretty well-known like piece of cult info in the audiophile world that the best USB-C DAC under like $100 isn't like some fancy thing for like $80 or some shit. It's just the $5 USB-C to headphone DAC. Like I have a fun challenge for you, Gabriel. Buy the $5 Apple one, compare it to the BTR-1K. You'll be surprised how close it gets. As someone who's owned the BTR-1K and a bunch of the other like external DAC solutions, Apple's little fucking dongle is really, really good. My public recommendation would be Fumadocs at this point. I really like Docusaurus. I can't recommend Nextra right now. And I have not had a good enough experience with Astro for dock stuff to recommend it confidently. Also, the USB-C port on the iPhone is not Thunderbolt 4. It's also only USB-C 2.0 speeds on the iPhone 15. The Pro phones have USB 3 speeds, but they're still not Thunderbolt speeds because it's not Thunderbolt because it doesn't have access to a PCI lane. Oh, you have the Pro? Cool. Then you have the USB-C like 3.1 or 3.2, 2x2, Gen 2, whatever the fuck the term is. Yeah, it's not Thunderbolt. They do not implement Thunderbolt on the phones. Thunderbolt's a shit standard. So, I mean, it's a really good standard. It just is shit to implement. Yeah, 11 Pro to 15 Pro is a fucking upgrade. Damn, enjoy it. Oh, is there issue deletion? Good call out. Cool. Phase, quick add for the issue deletion one. I was wrong about this. You can delete them, but add this in wherever I'm talking the most about issue deletion. Turns out I was wrong. You can delete issues, but only if you're an admin or owner for the organization, which I shouldn't have to explain why this sucks. If I'm, let's say, Vercel, and I have employees that's job is deleting bad issues or dealing with issues on the Next.js repo, I shouldn't have to make them an admin for all of Vercel so that they can delete issues when there are spam issues on the next repo. What? Insane. And you also have to do each of them manually. You can't delete all issues from a spammer with one click, which is just insane. Every single moderation platform has figured this shit out. I understand GitHub hasn't been valuable enough before to care, but you are now. It's time to care. You can use the API, which like why do you have to use an API to do this? What the hell? Insanity. You did this right. Getting the deal on the last phone when the new one comes out, very, very good way to do that. That's the right way to buy phones. Yes, they have to be admin for the whole org. That I am sure about. Allowing people to delete issues in your organization. Insanity. Still haven't heard from my inside source on JSSugar. So we're going to do Tailwind Motion now. If I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong about that. I'll eat 1 point of being wrong. It is not Shuyu, no. I have a better insight source. Okay, no, this is even better. Okay. Marker, redo on extra for GitHub spam. Cool. Phase, delete the one I just did. Do this one instead. I'll leave the notes for it. But yeah. Turns out I was kind of wrong about issue deletion, but it's funnier than I thought. First off, multiple different places have documentation on deleting an issue, and they kind of contradict each other, and they're incredibly unclear. This appears to be the one that has the info I actually care about. By default, issues cannot be deleted in an organization's repositories. Yes, even spam issues by default can't be deleted. An organization owner must enable the feature for all of the organization's repositories first. So you have to have an owner of the org enable the feature. Even admins can't. So if we start getting spam for upload thing stuff, and Mark wants to be able to delete the spam, he has to get a hold of me to go into the settings, to turn on this feature, just to get started. Once enabled, org owners and people with admin access in an org-owned repo can start deleting issues. People with admin access in a repo include organization members as well as outside collaborators who were given admin access. For more info, see repository role. Yeah, you get the idea. And even then, you can only delete one issue at a time. You can't delete all issues from a given user. You have to manually go through and delete every single issue yourself. While sure, I was wrong, you can delete issues. I didn't know that, and almost no one does because nobody has this enabled. And also, it sucks so hard to do that no one's going to do it anyways. The only way I would see anyone doing this is through an API. And I haven't even seen that. This sucks. These things should be set up better by default. There should be a queue for issues that might be suspicious. There should be prioritization for issues that are most likely not to be suspicious. Like every single fucking platform has an inbox and then a separate see more inbox for people that might be less likely to be good. How does a platform as incompetent as Twitter get this right and GitHub doesn't? What happened? Cool. Cool. It's time for Tailwind Motion. After a lot of work, I'm excited to announce Tailwind Motion, a plugin designed to make adding animations to your project effortless. With presets and infinite customization, it's built to help you animate faster and smarter. Here's why you'll love it. Oh boy, this is going to be an exciting one. As much as I love Tailwind, it doesn't help you much with animations. You can do them in Tailwind, but you do it by adding them to the config and doing all the work yourself. The idea of animations that I actually feel like I have control of at a component level is something that doesn't associate with Tailwind in my brain. And I am really excited to dive deep on Tailwind Motions with y'all, as well as some of the alternatives, including this cool new project I just heard about called Glaze. Before we can go deep into glazing all these cool things, we need to hear a word from our sponsor. Oh boy, I'm so excited to see why I'm going to love this. I already, just from the syntax here, really like where we're going. Let me pause on that syntax. Motion, rotate in 45. Motion, ease, spring, bounciest. So it's going to rotate in 45 degrees. So when it comes in, it's going to rotate. It is also going to spring the animation. So it's going to go back and forth after. Yeah. You have my attention. Check it out at rombo.co/tailwind. We made the API intuitive. You want a slide and fade effect? Just use motion, translate X in 25, motion opacity in 0. Or opt for a preset like motion preset fade for a quick implementation. I cannot tell you how many projects I have put that effective preset in. Like any one of my real projects, we'll just click pick thing. We'll go to my Tailwind config. And sure as hell, in every project I have made, I have been rewriting the same fade in and fade in down code. Fade in down starts at translate Y -10, opacity 0, and then it goes to opacity 1, translate Y 0. And standard fade in is just the opacity part. I even have a fade in slow, which is for things that are going to take a second to load. It's a little CSS hack I do where I can start the fade in later, it still feels just as fast. What from 50 to 100 is the same, but 0 to 50 doesn't show anything, so it won't show bad loading states and whatnot. Animation, accordion down, accordion up, fade in slow. But like I have to write all this boilerplate in every single project I have using Tailwind because I want to be able to do a fade in. Basically, all of my projects have this. If you want to know how serious I am about a project, go look to see if I've added the fade in animation class. If I haven't put that much time into the UI and UX yet. If I have, yeah. Interesting. What do you have here? Isn't this just Tailwind CSS Animate? A plugin for creating beautiful animations. Oh. Apparently, this already existed. And it's by Jamie. Interesting. I could probably have used this already. Good to know that this exists. Now we have yet another thing to compare against. So we have Tailwind Animate. We now have Tailwind Motion. And as I mentioned before, glaze is also an option. Before we go to the site, wanted to quickly call out that Tailwind Motion is pure CSS, so there is zero performance hit. It covers a lot of cases out of the box, but if you need more, it's fully customizable. Adjust durations, delays, or even create custom animations unique to you. Very, very good to see. They also open sourced it. I just gave it a star even though my face is covering it. I promise I actually did, because I am very excited to see this project and where it goes. Let's take a look at the site. I like this as like an example with the homepage showing all of these demos. A typewriter preset's actually dope. This is one of those things that's like really annoying to DIY that just having built in as CSS is really dope. That's really cool. I might use this just for that, honestly. I have a few places that would be dope. Motion preset shake, another classic where it just does a little like shake left and right when you hover over it. Rotate in, not as common a use case, but when it's useful, it's useful. Being able to do translations like this, where you move X and Y without having to preset create it in your config, huge. And bounce, not the most common thing. Really nice for it to be that simple. It's accessible, it's got a simple interface while still being customizable, and it's performance tested and optimized. Again, it's all CSS, so it's not going to affect your runtime performance in any meaningful way. You just include the Tailwind CSS Motion plugin, and from there, it is very easy to use all of the cool things that they have created. What does Flowmoji do? Oh, a confetti one built in. That's really cool. Pop, blur. The blur in is actually... I need this for pick thing right now. Okay. We're installing this and setting it up on pick thing. Let's do it. That was fast. And where is... Yeah, my Tailwind config, I'm already here. We get to add that. Nice. Look at that. I already had Tailwind CSS Animate. I forgot. Yeah. These animation things I built here, these are not part of the plugin. These are not part of what's built in. Like, I had to build these myself. And as far as I know, Tailwind CSS Animate requires I write those still. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Today I learned. I want this right now, though. So we're going to motion preset. I'm going to blur it down. See how that looks. So if we go to an image component, image, TSX, animate fade in slow, no longer. Motion preset blur down. I am so excited to see this. Oh, I think I still have the like animate fade in on other shit. Oh, this one I actually need the fade in slow for. So we're going to undo the change I did there. And we're going to put it in here instead. That looks really cool. That looks really cool. I want to kill the grid animations, though. At least the fade in down. Honestly, I'm just going to kill it entirely, see how it looks. Find all my animations, because I have a lot in here that are kind of trashy. Yeah, the image grid needs that killed for sure. That one's fine. Dynamic layout pieces, that's fine. And then those I don't know. Oh, I figured it out. I have the Tailwind Animate plugin because I'm using ShadCN. I didn't install that shit. Checkmate, CSS people. It's weird how inconsistent they are. That is my immediate... Oh, I know why. It's because this doesn't come in until it's loaded. Because of the weird loading state hot swapping code I have here. I kind of want to move this to the whole thing. I'm going to regret that. Let's see how it looks, though. That's kind of nifty. Not going to lie, that looks pretty solid already without doing things right. Oh, do I not have this in transparent images? That looks great. And that was so little effort, and I suck at CSS. Ooh, that is good. Let's keep reading. I want to know more. If I'm committing to this, I want to commit. Interesting. Rambo creates tools for creative marketers, designers, and engineers. Shout out to them for making this and also open sourcing it. These are the types of things lots of companies will like sit on and hide from people, and they are not doing that. Do they not have docs? It looks like this is their docs. I understand making docs is hard. Oh, cool. The website's using Astro. But the only page is the home page. Yeah, rip. I see the Devingo vet image thing to make them show at the same time. Yes, and I DIY'd a similar thing, but if you have the link, that'd be useful because I kind of want to use his. I had built mine around the same time and just didn't bother playing with his enough. I want to try the typewriter one out. It's just motion preset typewriter. Let's try it on the homepage. I'm so curious how it actually looks. Or something more complex. That's the subscription page. Let's go to home page TSX. Page V2. I want the text here. This paragraph, yeah. Do I need to put something like this? be cool if it had real docs. That's like the biggest hesitation I have here is that it doesn't have docs. Pick thing is the best ass. That's great. Love that. Thanks. Okay, so it doesn't quite work for this type of use case because you have to put the number of characters that it is rendering, and it only will do one line of it. But what are the chances that we're told we have the best ass? I'll take it. These are the things that having real docs can be really helpful for, and I get they're still early. I get this is a fresh release, but it's a little sad. Everything else here seems awesome. But I will also say I don't see the customization, especially without like documentation. Like it shows that I can pick these different numbers, but how do I like wait and then do the fade? Because that's the thing I often have to do is I want to do nothing for an amount of time and then I want to fade in. And it's not giving me quite that level of control. So I don't agree that it is that configurable, at least in its current implementation. There's obviously a lot of potential. I want to emphasize that this is still early. I'm going to grab this Devin link so I have this for later. Yeah, this I'm definitely implementing later. It's going to be fucking obnoxious, but I can do it. Oh, they have a delay. Okay, never mind. There's a delay that you can apply, which is very, very handy. And apparently their GitHub has something a little closer to docs. Oh, yeah, this is what I was looking for. Yeah, they have a delay. The delay is the big thing I was missing. That is really good and will make my life much better. And then they have the translate modifiers with positive and negative for from below and from above. Really nice to have that baked in. I always felt weird about the negative for things in Tailwind being in front of the noun just because math, but when dashes are used to separate things and to represent negativity, it's hard. Combining works fine. For exit animation, simply replace in with out in the class name. Okay, that's really cool. I didn't think they would have exit animations. Usually that's really hard to do with CSS. I want to know more. We're going to play with that. Let's go back to images. Let's add a fade out images. So fade out or motion fade. I guess motion preset fade. But that's a fade. I want fade in. No, I guess this is what we would want. Motion opacity out 0. Usually this doesn't work because when you remove the thing from the DOM, the amount of information that CSS has when you removed it is too low. Oh, I know what's happening. Because it's pure CSS, the addition of this class triggers the fade out. So if you wanted to do this programmatically, you still have to do a lot of the code yourself. So you have to have like a whatever code removes things needs to first add the class name. So you'd have like an is currently removing Boolean. Or it'd be like motion up. Let me get this right. This is what you'd have to do is motion opacity out 0 is currently removing and have this currently removing state that exists in between when a user removed it and when it actually gets removed. So you have to apply this by hand before you take the element out of the DOM. Believe it or not, this is one of the things that React Native gets really well that the web kind of sucks at, is you can't block the removal of an element on an animation. So I can't say to the browser, hey, when you try to remove this image, please do this first. And that's why things like Framer Motion and other animation libraries that run in JavaScript are so useful, because there's no other way to do this. There is no way to, on removal of element, do animation unless you write it yourself in JavaScript or use a library where it's written in JavaScript. But this concept is exclusive to JS, which kind of sucks because CSS animations can do so much and go so far. But the only way you can do this is to remove the element after and manually handle the CSS in the interim. But that's also why these other solutions are so interesting. Let's take a look at Glaze, a utility-based animation setup for the web. It's built on top of GSAP, which is a powerful animation library that allows you to create complex animations with little code. GSAP is dope, and I am nowhere near smart enough to use it. The things they do in GSAP are not things you can do with just CSS. GreenSock is nuts. And you, as they say, you can animate anything JavaScript can touch, delivering silky smooth performance and unlimited or in unmatched support so you could focus on the fun stuff. I will say, usually when you have a website that's this heavily animated, the performance is trash. It is surprisingly smooth to scroll around this site. They know their shit. And the amount of animate, like, this is insane. It's actually insane. So a library built on top of that, that is in a syntax I can actually understand somewhat. Okay, I can actually understand, might be a little bit of a reach here. But we'll dive in. Data animate. Interesting. So you have this data animate property that we use to specify what animations we want. So in a small environment that we want from duration 1, in a small, so if I'm understanding this correctly, then at small, so the display port is small or larger if we're following Tailwind rules, then we want to have a duration of 1, start with alpha 0, rotate 180 degrees, and move Y up 50, and then an ease and out for how it actually eases. Yeah, that looks right. So it rotates 180 degrees, it moves up 50, and it fades in from 0. So auto alpha, I'm assuming, is it goes to 1, and you're telling it where to start. This all makes sense-ish so far. Define custom breakpoints and animate elements at different screen sizes using @size syntax. Uses GSAP's match media. So this is very similar to Tailwind. You can compose timelines using @TL. So this is a concept of timelines, very interesting. You can use dot notation to control nested properties inside of the animation object. For example, 2: scale 1.5, bar, scroll trigger to trigger, and then the and symbol here. Interesting. I don't know if I'm smart enough for this one. We're going to dig in and see. Syntax. You have the breakpoint. You have selectors. By default, animations are applied directly to the element itself. However, you can target other elements using selectors enclosed in blocks. So here you're saying you want to animate all sub H1s. This is actually clutch. This I was not sure it would have, and I am positive the motion one doesn't have it. This is winning me over to Glaze now, actually. Oh boy. The ability to say, I want every sub H1 or image or whatever else to do this specific animation, especially if you can also trigger animate out with this. Okay, you're winning me over. Can't believe I just flipped everybody from one solution to another. The @ symbol refers to the parent element, allowing you to specify a child selector. You can even do it with media queries. That's very interesting. There are from and to states, which is where you're starting from and where you're going to. If both states are defined, the animation will run from the initial state to the final state. So from opacity 0.5 to opacity 1. Makes sense. 2y% 10. So animation objects specifies the properties to animate. Chaining properties 2 opacity 1 y% 10. Now these two things will happen at the same time. 2 is in TWO, not TO. Although if both fit here, funny enough. Important message from Gabriel that I probably should have brought up earlier. This one is not for people who are new to animations, and it is not for simple sites. I agree. I will say I feel more than ever there is this gap between simple animations and, I guess, real ones, where stuff like what we just saw with Rombo gets you really far so much of the time. There's also cool stuff like Auto Animate, which is a great library I covered in the past. One of my first viral videos, which lets you import their JavaScripts. And from that point forward, your stuff is just animated. So when I click in Auto Animate and I move up, it just does that for you. You didn't write any code to tell this to animate this way. You just add a ref for animation parent and you're done. And it works in pretty much every framework. You have V, Auto Animate, and Vue, etc. So if your goal is to just add nice-ish interactions to something like, oh, this is the buttons to do all of that, but like just sorting, flipping like that, which is really nice, clicking to remove things and having it all move around. These types of things, Auto Animate does really well, but as soon as you need any level of customization, you're screwed. Something like what we just saw with Rombo and Tailwind Motion lets you have a good bit more granular control, but nothing around removals. So there's a checks and balances here where this solution is pure CSS and works great with Tailwind, but you don't get control over how things get removed from the DOM at all. And then you have stuff like GSAP and now Glaze where you get full control, but that means you need to know a lot. Very, very interesting. Seems like more than ever, we have a ton of great options. I went in pretty certain of what I wanted, and I'm honestly coming out a bit more confused, but also quite a bit more excited. There are a ton of awesome options now, more than ever, and I'm curious which ones you guys like the most. Are you hyped about Auto Animate in JavaScript? Do you like the direction the Tailwind Motion is going? Are you all in on GSAP? Or are you just using view transitions and letting the browser do its thing? Until next time, fade out. Cool. Don't want to do that without hiding my screen. Still nothing. Fuck. I am tempted to wait till tomorrow and film off stream for the JSSugar thing. This is tough. Let me check my calendar quick so I know how fucked I am or am not tomorrow. Okay, I kept tomorrow slightly clean. It's cleaning day, so I won't be able to record throughout most of the day, but I can in the evening. I was hoping to film ads tomorrow evening, but yeah, we'll make it work. Okay, so I'm leaning towards this being tomorrow's problem. Which means the last important one to do today is the cool shit I built. Which I'm kind of excited to do, so we're going to do it. Let me go find the SVG to PNG app that I used to use that I kind of hate. Almost certainly for the PNG to SVG. I had people asking, why don't I do that? I'm like, because you can't do that. Well, let's try it. What the fuck did it do? Did it really not? Huh? Okay. What color is this? Yeah, that's what it did. What the fuck? To do it pixel by pixel, it couldn't have. There's not enough lines for all of the pixels. Okay, this is going to be an interesting video. Yeah. Let me open that in Affinity. Now I'm curious. Okay, yeah, I should have filmed directly for this. This is going to be an interesting one. Cool. Every once in a while, you run into a problem that... Every once in a while, you run into a problem that seems really easy to solve, but then you look at the internet to see who solved it, and the solutions are atrocious. They vary from being expensive to just not working, or, my favorite, a combination of the two, charging you money for something that doesn't work. And sometimes the problem is so simple, it doesn't make sense. One of those problems is something I run into probably more than most people. I often have an SVG, usually a logo from like a company or a framework or something I am discussing, that I need to have as a PNG. Because despite my graphics editor for photos and thumbnails supporting SVGs, most things like video editors don't. And I got so annoyed that I built not just one tool, but two. And I want to talk about those tools because I'm really proud of what I built. But first, I got to get paid. And if I'm giving these tools out for free, we'll have to thank our sponsor today. But first, retake on that. I know how simple this problem should be, so the tools that I created are both free and open source, but I still have some bills to pay, so let's hear a quick word from our sponsor. Cool. First, I want to complain. When you search for an SVG to PNG tool, you'll find a few options. This one is free, and it seems totally fine. Let's upload a random SVG. First thing is it is not only letting me upload SVGs, it's letting me upload anything. I can upload a zip, I can upload a folder, I can upload all these things, which is annoying when you're trying to find the SVG in the folder that you want to use. So I will use the upload thing wordmark. That took a bit longer than I would have liked, but now it is here. And I can click download all, which puts it in a zip file and gives me the one image at the exact same resolution that the SVG claimed. Which if your SVG is claiming a large resolution because it's a vector file, cool. But if it's not, like for example, the StackBlitz logo, which is hard to find because it lets me upload anything. This one is going to download as like 2 kilobytes, and it's tiny. And you zoom in, you're like, oh, that's blurry as hell. There is literally no way using this tool to tell it, hey, since a SVG is a scalable vector, how about you scale it up a little bit? Because why would you ever need to do that? I don't know. Why would you have a fucking SVG in the... I cannot believe they don't offer scaling. Meanwhile, they offer something much crazier that we had to try, because converting from an SVG to a PNG makes a lot of sense, because an SVG is a vector. The PNG is just a representation of that vector in pixels. But you can't really go the other way. Usually when people convert PNGs to SVGs, like they're using some tool like Figma, what it's doing is it's embedding the PNG as a base 64 encoded data flag inside of the inside of the SVG. So you're not actually getting a vector. You can't turn pixels into a vector. You have to draw a vector on top of pixels by hand usually to make sure you get it right. But here, I wanted to show you guys this because it was very, very funny. Here's a PNG of my face. And we can download the SVG for it. And obviously, if we go through and look at the code here, we can go find that base 64, right? Huh? Yeah? I should have recorded my initial reaction because I did not know what was going to happen here. So I opened it in Affinity. It actually tried its best to make individual curves for every single thing it saw in terms of colors. And the result is this weird watercolor pastel looking bullshit of my face, because it tried to recreate it programmatically, turning the chunks of colors into vectors. It's a cool, like, weird art style thing, but I hate it. Don't convert PNGs to SVGs. If you're looking for a tool that does that, your understanding of both SVGs and PNGs is fundamentally wrong. Fix that. Don't do this. So that was tool number one. The one I found myself using a lot was this guy, the Cloud Convert. Note, Cloud Convert, which means this runs in the cloud, which means it costs them money. So when I click Select File, and I click my SVG, if I find... Also, by the way, still doesn't let me filter for just SVGs. Let's grab the StackBlitz one again, because that was the one that was the good example of being too small. I can click Convert, and it'll do the same thing. But more importantly, I can go to Settings, and I can set a much higher width. So we'll set that to like 1,000. Doesn't show me any other info here, but at least I can make the width bigger. Then click Convert. Wait. Hit Download. Click. And if I open and preview, you can actually see, look at that. Actually somewhat high res now. But if you do this 2 more times, they're going to say, you can't do that anymore. You have to pay us. And you have to buy a subscription for conversions. What if I told you you can do this all in the browser with like 30 to 40 lines of code? Here's a service I made, quickpick.t3.gg. I have 2 tools right now, but what we're talking about right now is SVG to PNG converter. Oh, look at that. Upload SVG. Look at that. I can only click SVGs. How revolutionary. I go and click on the StackBlitz logo. It tells me the original resolution, and it tells me what the scaled resolution output will be. 117 pixels wide is not enough, and 24 pixels tall is actually fucking useless. So I'll click 32x. 768 tall sounds about right. Save. Now I get a saved file that is the correct resolution, and it updates the name to say what multiplier you used. Insane, right? So hard to build. I know I need custom scale options. Believe it or not, I only had custom initially, but we're going to add it. It doesn't take much time, but it's also open source. So you can just go to GitHub and file a PR if you want to. Look at that. We already have one. Someone removed my leftover console logs. Thank you for doing that, because I had a lot of debugging issues. And now those will be removed. Thank you. Cool. I'll be honest, I don't know how much I intend to maintain this service. I wanted to solve the problem that I had, and now the problem is solved, and I am happy. I want to show off the code a little bit before I show off the second tool, because I am proud of it. It is really useful. Hop over to the square image, square tool. By the way, I had this all just in the page component, but I couldn't do metadata because it was a client component. So my options were move metadata to its own file, metadata TS. I don't know if that ended up shipping. I know it was being considered at a time. Or I could make this a server component again and just move all the client logic to a separate file, which is what I ended up doing. So here is square tool, the actual fun logic here. I need to import React. I don't even know why that's there. That got auto-completed from fucking cursor. Oh, this is the square tool. That's why. I barely wrote the square tool. I'll be honest. Most of that code was generated. I did write the SVG tool, though. This was a bitch. So the SVG tool has the metadata. Wait, no, this should be... Oh, I guess that's because it was in the page before, so that doesn't need to be there anymore. Cool. Already making fixes as we go through it. And I wrote this wonderful scale SVG function. It takes in the SVG content as a string. I create a DOM parser. I parse the SVG content from this string and create an SVG doc element. I grab the element off of it. I then grab the attributes for width and height, because that's how you know how wide and tall it is. I scale them with the scale multiplier. And then I set the updated properties, and then I serialize the result. So this is how I actually do the SVG scaling to make the correct resolution of SVG. Then I have my SVG converter hook, which takes in the canvas ref, SVG content, a scale, a file name, because you can't get that from the SVG, because the SVG is just a string of the content from the file. You don't know the file name anymore. And then the image metadata, because actually I don't even need this anymore because we're just using image metadata for all that. Look at that. Code review live for a video. Scale SVG is scale SVG. And this is all memoized because I don't want this rerunning all the time. I am running React compiler on this project, so I probably don't even need to write this use memo, but I did it before I thought, oh, I can just use the compiler. We have the width, which is the scaled version, the height, that's the scaled version, the scaled SVG, which is what we generated here. And those are now the values I can use, which I passed back in order to render them in the canvas. I then have my convert function, which grabs that canvas ref. It throws if you don't actually have the canvas. And then I generate my save image function, which will it will convert the canvas's current value to a data URL, which is a PNG. I then create it as an element on the page as an A tag, set the data URL to that, so that now you could theoretically click this to save, but that sucks to do. So I just click it for you, which is, believe it or not, the only way to trigger a download from the browser. There's no download API. There are just links that trigger a download that you can trigger the click for. Welcome to browser standards. Then I create the image, and then on load, I draw it to the context, and then once the image loads, I draw it to the canvas, and then I call my save image function. And what is the source for that image it has to load? Right here. Data image SVG XML, encoded URI component for my scaled SVG. But the fun catch that I learned relatively quickly is that if I don't render the canvas properly relative to the SVG I'm putting in it, everything falls apart. And that's why I return canvas props, because these immediately get dumped in the component. If I can find canvas somewhere in here. So in this hook, where I have save as PNG button, which is the button for saving, it takes in the SVG content, the scale you have selected, as well as the image metadata. The important detail here is once I call my use SVG converter hook, I have my canvas here, which has the ref, as well as the canvas props. Also note that I'm not using a traditional ref. I'm using useState here, because when I used it as a ref, I had stale references fucking everywhere, and rather than fixing that, I did this instead. It works. I have my little plausible call here, so on save, I can log the fact that someone saved, which is cool, because now if I go to plausible, which is my go-to anonymous analytics provider, which funny enough went down right after I did this, we can see on Quick Pick that I've already gotten 1,000 people going to it in the less than, 12-ish hours it's been around for. And we can even see down here how many people have done conversions so far. 207 total. That's exciting. But that is just the first tool. The actual core part here is not that complex or even that interesting. I just have the file uploader hook that I wrote that just keeps track of the current file. It does a little bit of parsing, get metadata. And then you have an input on change, handle file upload. It only accepts SVG. This is the one line of code those other tools were missing, by the way. Just on the input, accept equals .svg. It's not that hard. Yeah, you get the idea. So let's go to my other tool, because my other tool is admittedly even more niche, but for me, it's even more useful. Square image generator. Why would I want my images to be a perfect square? If they're not already a square, why do I care? I'll show you why. Let's go to Programmer Humor. Programmer Humor is a great source for me to get free memes to post on Twitter, or more importantly for me, on YouTube community posts. So if I save this image, the blurring on the sides there was happening on Reddit. So the way Reddit makes content fit properly is they do some blurring around it so that it fits a square. The way YouTube communities do it, if I go and make a community post to show you, is that it just crops it. I can choose where the crop happens, so I can take just the top or the bottom, but I can't use the whole image for the preview, which means that you have to click into it if you want to see the actual content of what I post on YouTube communities. As per always, I'm engineering around someone else's incompetence. In this case, I'm engineering around YouTube's. Admittedly, YouTube doesn't have a huge group of hundreds of thousands of normies making posts on YouTube communities. So there aren't a whole lot of people who care. I'm in the unique group of people who care and can solve the problem. So I built the square image generator, where you take an image that is not a square, and now it is a square. You can choose if the remaining background should be white or black, and then you hit save. And now when I go to YouTube and I hit the image upload button and I put my squared version, you get the whole thing now. Whoa. How is this not a thing? What's funny is there was a tool, I'll admit, square an image is a thing I've used a whole bunch. And I'll show you the workflow here. Choose an image. Choose the image. It does this awful blur hash that literally never ever works. You can increase or decrease the radius and it is garbage. I scroll down, I check square with color, where it defaults to red. Why would I ever want it to be red? If someone has an answer for why, let me know, because I have no fucking idea why I would ever pick red, other than because red is the border color you choose when you're debugging. So I bet this is what he put in to make sure it was working and just left it there. So we'll change this to a different color, either by using the picker to find the color we want around the edges, or use this Joy. Cool. And then scroll back down and hit download. What? What? It's too much. And to be fair, shout out to the person who made this for making it, because I did use this for every community post I have made pretty much ever. But it was like 3 times more clicks than it needed to be. Somebody said the reason for this being red might be chroma key. No, because it is you would use transparent. You're saving a PNG. Who cares? No, you have an alpha channel. There's no reason for it to be red. And there's also no reason for it to be the worst blur hash in the background instead. And my favorite thing, if you're doing multiple, first off, I appear to have just broken the page. But if you're doing multiple, there's no way for me to do a different one. In order to switch images, like if I pick the wrong image, I have to refresh. That's the only option. So the biggest revolutions I've introduced with my square image generator are a checkbox for white background and black background. So the biggest revolution I've introduced with square image tool for quick pick is that by default, it sets a white background with 1 click for background, black background. The revolution I've introduced to the world with my square image generator is by default, the background will be white, which is correct. Black is 1 click if you want it. Save is 1 click without scrolling, and you can cancel if you want something else. The only flaw, as Chad has been very quick to point out, is that we are missing red. So the best we can be is 2 out of 10. Oh, real talk though, if you're a fellow YouTuber, this is going to be very... The number of YouTubers who have already hit me up saying, holy shit, how has nobody made this right before? Thank you so much. Yeah. Now you've seen the square image generator. Now you've seen the SVG to PNG tool. None of these require the cloud. I can turn Wi-Fi off on my computer and it will still work exactly the same. Drag and drop's a fair point. I need to add that. Like, there are things remaining I want here. I want drag and drop. It'd be cool to have more options. And a bulk processor would be really nice too. People were asking for like favicon asset generator stuff, which could be really nice. All fun things to add. We'll get there. I think that the native input supports drop, which is cool. So I can take this and drop it. No, it doesn't because it's a label. I can fix that. Whatever. We'll fix those things. But the thing I want y'all to take home from this video isn't that my tools are great and everyone else's suck. It's actually something a bit more, I guess personal is the word, but hopefully something more useful. Being a developer isn't that unique. I know that because millions of y'all watch my videos. There are so many developers around the world, most of which can make most things. Pretty much everyone watching this video is capable not only of using and understanding the tool I built here, y'all could have built this yourself. And I'm not the one who built it because I'm some god dev who figured it out first or some product visionary that understands what people need better than anyone else. I built this for a very simple reason. I needed it. Everyone has unique needs based on the things that they do, both inside of coding and outside of it. And if you guys want to learn something really, and if I'm going to emphasize anything in this video, it's that. You have something in your life that is not optimal right now that a piece of software could make easier. It might be software that you know how to write. It might be software you don't know how to write. What I'm telling you here is it doesn't matter, do it. These projects are what keep me going. And the amount of tools I use every day that are things like this that others created is unbelievable. And some of the most successful things I have built have been from me wanting something so badly that I built it for my own use case, and then it blew up almost immediately afterwards. Things like Upload Thing, things like Pick Thing, which is doing way better than I expected, things like Quick Pick, which I just released, things like all the cool stuff I did at Twitch, all the things I did at the other companies I worked at, Ping.gg itself. But the biggest one is here, this channel. This channel exists because I wanted to nerd out about crazy tech stuff in a senior plus conversational way. I made this channel because no one else had done it. And if you make the things that you want to exist, and you make them so good that you genuinely enjoy them, you will almost certainly, eventually, find a lot of success with that. In the absolute worst case, you have a great thing to nerd out about in your next interview. So, yeah, go build solutions to your problems. And if you want to fix Quick Pick, we're open for PRs. The GitHub link's at the bottom. Go make something that you actually want to use. Until next time, keep nerding out. Peace. Cool. Love typing a link doesn't make it a link in Notion anymore. Really cool. Nope, I need JSSugar up here still. How do I remove elements? Fade out doesn't work. Do I have to add it? How would I add a fade out? Oh, this is selector stuff. I want to fade out on this though. Oh, is this just using the... I thought this was using the other cool library. My bad. I thought this was using Glaze, not Tail in Motion. Okay, yeah, this is cool. Good shit. I want one with Glaze that has removes working, though. Just bought sulfur.tools. Time to make a quick pick for video. As someone who's been playing a lot, far too much Satisfactory recently, yeah. Oh, I love Fun Function. Fun Function is one of my biggest inspirations. But Fun Function had stopped YouTubing for over 5 years before I started. And his stuff was also much more teachy. Like, the goal was for you to learn specific concepts. My shit's just me goofing off. Very different. I think I might wrap up for the day. We got a lot done. I am proud of us for getting 7 videos out on a Sunday in 6 hours, especially with how important some of these ones were. So close to state of auth. Yeah, we'll get there. Don't worry, it's gonna happen. I've been talking with a lot of people in the auth space. There's a lot of fun to do there. Should I make the post from that one I generated? Just do it. YOLO. Should be fun. I figured who we're raiding. Oh, Bash Bunny's live. Yeah, we're throwing y'all at Bash Bunny. Have fun with her. I'll see y'all on Wednesday. Quick thank to all the subs that I missed there. NMG Twitch, I'm pretty sure I got you. Regardless, love it. Neutrino with the 5 months. Nate Codes, happy Sunday. Thank you for 19 months straight and 26 months total. Wait, where did the raid thing go? Gotta love Twitch not actually rendering shit in my chat. A+. Thank you all. Fun as always. That's the right Bash Bunny, right? Making sure I got that right. I did. New profile picture through me. Have fun with her. Good night, nerds.